They say those who were really there never talk about it, but this isn't always the case. Eugene Sledge and Robert Leckie lived through experiences that many of us cannot even begin to comprehend, and wrote acclaimed memoirs that give us a glimpse of what really went on in the Pacific. In Europe, George Wilson fought from Normandy to Germany with F Company 22nd Regiment, making it out alive when so many of his comrades did not. His autobiography, If You Survive, is a valuable document of the struggle and suffering in the European campaigns. There's no right or wrong way to process trauma. Some opt to share their experiences, others try to forget them. Sledge, Leckie, Wilson, and the millions of other Americans who returned to their homeland after 1945 would have had a great deal in common. All had made sacrifices, put their own lives at risk, gained friends, lost friends, and served in the uniform of their country. But there would have been differences too, real differences. World War II was exactly that, a world war. While George Wilson served in Europe, Sledge and Leckie would have been in action on practically the opposite side of the world. Across this divide of thousands of miles, the campaigns, the locations, the enemies, and the objectives that each faced would have been barely recognizable. All of these men would have suffered immense trauma and experienced things that shook them to the very core. The nature of this trauma would have been very different. In essence, there were two types of American soldiers: those who fought in Europe and the Mediterranean, and those who fought in the Pacific. Very few would experience fighting in both theaters. This is why after 1945, after victory in Europe and victory over Japan, these two American soldiers would have found it difficult to relate to one another. It's not a case of who had it worse or who suffered the most, it's simply a divergence of experience, a trauma divide that impacted an entire generation of young Americans. This is our topic for today as we look at just how this trauma divide was formed and examine the terror of conflict through two very distinct lenses. For these young American soldiers, the idealism and naivety of youth would have been stripped from them in the most violent of ways, never to return. On December 11th, 1941, at 5 minutes past 3 in the afternoon Eastern Time, President Franklin Roosevelt declared a state of war with the Axis powers in Europe. Senator Tom Connolly was at his side, watch in hand, recording the exact time of the declaration. The Americans had entered the European theater. Up until December 1941, the United States had maintained a policy of neutrality. While nominally on the side of the Allies, the US had stopped short of actually joining the conflict and directly forbade its servicemen from operating in foreign militaries. There were some exceptions. America had secretly supported Chinese air units in the southwest of the country, providing men and material to defend China against a potential Japanese invasion of Burma, and the Flying Tigers were already operating in this region even before a formal declaration of war. Despite this, the USA's outward face was one of peace, of isolation. This all changed on December 7th when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. War was declared immediately, and war on the Axis powers in Europe followed only 4 days later. But these two declarations were very different. Japan had attacked the United States, sunk its battleships, and killed almost 2,500 of its citizens. This wasn't necessarily the case with Germany. Other than a few isolated U-boat attacks, the United States had been mostly left alone by the Axis forces in Europe. Hitler was caught off guard by the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. He hadn't expected such a bold move from his Asian allies. He was surprised, but impressed, perhaps a little too impressed. Hitler felt that a swift victory in the Pacific, executed by Japan's formidable armed forces, would leave the Japanese free to put the squeeze on the Soviet Union from the east. So, on December 11th, 1941, Hitler overestimated his Japanese allies and declared war on the United States. Roosevelt had no choice but to follow suit with a declaration of his own. But declaring war and prosecuting a war are very different things. Germany and Italy, while antagonistic, had not struck against the United States. And despite speculation to the contrary, there was absolutely no chance of a German invasion of the USA. The war in Europe posed no existential threat to America. While the war in the Pacific could be framed as retaliation and a battle for survival, the European theatre would take on a different complexion. This would need to be a moral conflict, a fight for the forces of goodness and justice, preservation of America's democratic values in Europe in the face of Axis totalitarianism. From our vantage point, some 80 years later, this seems pretty straightforward. When faced with a crime so heinous and horrifying as the Holocaust, how could there be any other option but go to war? In fact, it wasn't quite as simple as this. The American government, and indeed the American people, knew about Hitler's persecution of Jews long before the outbreak of the war. The United States admitted many refugees from mainland Europe as the true magnitude of the Holocaust began to become known and turned many others away. It's also important to remember that anti-Semitism wasn't confined to Nazi Germany. It existed in the United States too. In Ken Burns' acclaimed documentary, The US and the Holocaust, he describes how the United States government was reluctant to overplay these moral aspects of American involvement in the war, in fear that the American people would not consider ending the plight of European Jews to be a worthwhile cause. It wouldn't be until the liberation of the concentration camps in the spring of 1945 and the harrowing newsreel images of human beings pushed to the very brink that the American public truly confronted the reality of the Holocaust and what this meant for humanity. There's a famous photograph taken just after the liberation of the Netherlands in 1945 of American soldiers walking hand in hand with a line of tiny Dutch children. The children were not more than 4 or 5 years old, wear the long, layered tunics that are traditional in the country, white bonnets, caps, spelt with a K, on their heads, and wooden clogs or klompen on their feet. For the American GIs, this would have felt very different to what they were used to back home, where kids wore more modern dresses and trousers and leather shoes or plimsolls of canvas and rubber. The American troops in Europe would have had something of a culture shock. The linguistic boundaries in France, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Italy would have been difficult to overcome, and the towns and villages they passed through would have been worlds away from those that they'd left home in Nebraska, Missouri, Texas, or California. And yet, at the same time, not so far away. The United States is a relatively young nation, less than 2 centuries old in the 1940s. And while people came from all over the world to start a new life in America, the majority of soldiers serving in the armed forces were of a European background, perhaps several generations removed, or just 1 or 2 generations removed in some cases. For many American soldiers, there may have been a sense of reconnection with lands they'd heard about through grandparents or older family members. They might have felt a closer link to the soil on which they fought compared to the soldiers fighting further east in the Pacific. This may have brought its own trauma. Around 1.5 million Italian Americans fought in World War II, roughly 10% of the total deployed forces. Many of these soldiers would have been in direct opposition with Italian forces, killing and being killed by troops with a shared heritage and culture. In the Far East, American troops saw action in the Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, Palau, the Philippines, on the islands of Japan themselves, and in other locations across the Pacific. The people, the languages, the cultures, and the landscapes these soldiers encountered would have been completely other to anything they had known back in the States. Being deposited into a world so different to anything these young men had encountered before, a world filled with death and destruction, would have brought with it its own kind of terror. There were Japanese Americans serving in the United States Armed Forces, even as their families back home were rounded up in internment camps. 33,000 Japanese Americans served during the conflict, many in Europe, with others acting as translators and interpreters in the Eastern theaters. Around 800 would give up their lives in an American uniform. But for the majority of American soldiers in the Pacific, this would have been a bewildering and frightening world. Whether this made it easier to compartmentalize the trauma on their return home, to file it to one side as something that happened long ago in a location far, far away, is unclear. What is clear is that soldiers in Europe and soldiers in the Pacific experienced the horrors of war in their own ways, each no less legitimate and horrifying than the other, but unique and distinct. When American troops landed on the beaches of Normandy with their Allied comrades in 1944, it was June. By the time the offensive and the war ended, it was almost a year later. This meant that troops faced a winter at the front, and winter in Western Europe can be severe. Few events encapsulate the misery of winter 1944 to 1945, like the fighting that took place in the Ardennes, Belgium, in December and January. Here, the Allied advance had halted on the frontier of the German fatherlands. They dug in. Disheartened by the failure of Operation Market Garden in the autumn, the Allies became content to chip away at the Axis lines with tactics not dissimilar to those seen in the First World War. But the German forces had other ideas. Despite disagreement from a number of generals, Hitler ordered a huge counterattack. This would become known as the Battle of the Bulge, named for the enormous dent the Germans made in Allied lines. It would eventually go down as an Allied victory, but this victory would come at a significant cost. Allied forces sustained some 75,000 casualties, with around 10,000 killed or missing in action. Germany would suffer up to 120,000 men and tons of material, losses that Hitler could ill afford. The traumas experienced in those 31 days of fighting and the stories of heroism and sacrifice are too extensive to list here. We've covered some of these in previous videos, and we'll certainly be talking about others in the future. Instead, we're going to focus on one specific aspect of this clash: the conditions. The conditions were nothing short of brutal. Icy roads made logistics and resupply difficult. Tanks and trucks skidded off icy roads or just froze solid overnight. Blizzards and freezing rain made coordination almost impossible, while fog and winter storms rendered air power largely useless for long periods. Then there was the impact on the men themselves. Wounded soldiers succumbed to the cold before they could be found and treated. Frostbite and trench foot were widespread in the ranks, knocking thousands of troops out of action. In the Pacific theater, conditions were somewhat different. Fighting in the jungles of Guadalcanal in the Solomon Islands and on the Papuan Peninsula, temperatures soared, while monsoon rains turned the ground to mulch. In the sweltering, fetid conditions, disease was rife. Dysentery ran rampant, more than 6 out of every 100 soldiers at its peak. The 374th Troop Carrier received tainted turkey meat one Thanksgiving, leaving troops incapacitated. Hepatitis A and B were common too, and around 50,000 soldiers were hospitalized with Hep B in March and April 1942 after receiving infected vaccine. Malaria was a regular occurrence, and the quinine tablets soldiers received to treat the disease offered no cure, only masking the symptoms. Dengue fever, scrub typhus, beriberi, and jungle rot all decimated the American ranks, becoming insidious enemies that brought Allied forces to their knees. Other diseases like cholera were also problematic, but American forces dealt with this well. Education and strict hygiene protocols kept this at bay. The punishing conditions of the South Pacific were almost unique to this theater, no more or less horrifying than those of the Ardennes, just different. Of course, it was the same for the Japanese. Of more than 1.5 million Japanese deaths in World War II, around 60% were caused by disease. American involvement in the European and Mediterranean theaters began with two of the most amphibious landings in history: Operation Torch in Morocco and Operation Overland in Normandy. But despite these aquatic beginnings, the fight was largely land-based. From the brutal winter conditions of the Ardennes, to the rugged hillsides of Monte Cassino, to the urban warfare of Paris and Aschaffenburg, American soldiers in Europe found themselves on a dogged overland push toward their objectives. Sometimes they moved swiftly, other times they became bogged down, snared by the landscape or by a sudden counterattack. But the aim was always to push the front line closer and closer to Berlin. Fighting in the Pacific was different. Yes, there were overland advances and fighting in urban centers, but the campaign was better known for its island hopping, amphibious engagements, and the ticking off of key milestones on the march to Japan. A key example of this is the Battle of Iwo Jima, another moment of the war immortalized by a famous photograph. The Clint Eastwood film Flags of Our Fathers depicts the raising of the American flag at the summit of Mount Suribachi, the island's highest point. This image has become legendary, as have the men who erected the flag, but the battle remains controversial. Few battles of the war were as costly for the American armed forces as this one. Some 6,800 American Marines lost their lives, with almost 3 times as many wounded. The airfields that the Americans secured did prove useful, with over 2,000 emergency landings performed on the island. However, only around 10 escort missions flew from Iwo Jima in the final months of the war, and the true impact of the bombing raids launched from the islands is disputed. By the time Iwo Jima was cleared on March 16th, almost a month after the bloody campaign began, the United States already had its eyes on her next target, the island of Okinawa. As soon as one hard-fought objective was ticked, another one reared its head. We need to be very careful as we approach the final point. Civilian deaths were a very real part of the Second World War, and wherever there was fighting, there was loss of life among non-combatants. In total, more than 2/3 of those who died in the conflict were civilians. We can't shy away from these realities, but we must treat them with the proper care and consideration. For the troops advancing into Germany in the spring of 1945, the scale of human suffering and misery wrought by Nazi forces on the civilian population would have become horrifyingly clear. Around the fringes of Nazi concentration camps, emaciated human beings clung to life, abandoned by their guards and existing at the very limits of human endurance. Behind these still living human beings, evidence of what had taken place here, gas chambers, mountains of stolen possessions, shoes, glasses, baby clothes. The images of these industrial facilities of death and suffering would become part of the cultural fabric of the Second World War, and part of the Allied understanding of what this war had been all about. For those back home, the Holocaust was no longer something of rumor or conjecture. It was no longer up for debate. It was concrete reality. American families had lost sons, husbands, fathers, brothers. Perhaps they could take some small comfort that those losses had not been in vain. There would be many atrocities in Europe. The Nazis killed indiscriminately in French villages as they sought to put down the local resistance, and Hitler himself would authorize the destruction of women, children, and the elderly in the fight against partisans in Yugoslavia. The Allies would commit their own atrocities too, across all theaters. The firebombing of Dresden killed tens of thousands of civilians, while the atomic devices dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki destroyed civilian populations in a manner never seen before. These harrowing examples of slaughter certainly shouldn't be forgotten, but for most American soldiers returning home from Europe, it would be the Holocaust and the brutality of Axis forces that would leave the deepest psychological impact. This is where we see some symmetry between the European and Pacific theaters, and some shared ground between the soldiers who fought in each. The Holocaust was fueled by a number of factors, but the idea of racial superiority, the supremacy of the Aryan people over all others, was arguably the most important. In the Pacific and in the Far East, the Japanese shared similar ideas. Social conditioning led Japanese soldiers to feel genetically and racially superior to their Chinese counterparts, for example, facilitating the wholesale murder and extermination of Chinese civilians during the occupation of Nanjing and other locations across the country. Racism formed the basis for other parallels too. SS physician Josef Mengele became infamous for his medical experiments on prisoners of the Nazi regime. In the Far East, similar atrocities were carried out at Unit 731, as Japanese military researchers tested horrifying weapons on their Chinese captives. From an American perspective, there may have been differences in terms of visibility. American troops may not have witnessed the atrocities in China directly, and may not have understood the scale of Japan's own genocidal programs until later. They would, however, have understood the brutal treatment that faced Allied POWs in Japanese camps across Eastern Asia, and they would have seen the way in which local populations were slaughtered and brutalized across the region. They would have also seen the Bushido Code in action, or at least the mangled interpretation of this centuries-old way of combat. The doctrine under which Japanese troops fought and died fueled the kamikaze attacks late in the war, and the suicidal charges of defeated troops, valuing honorable death over the ignominy of surrender. This may have given the Americans some insight into why POWs were treated so badly. Under this doctrine, surrendering troops had brought shame upon themselves and had given up their right to human decency and dignity. More than this though, such ways of fighting would have left immense psychological scars on those who encountered them firsthand. This was never about quantifying tragedy or pitting one form of trauma against another. Instead, what we're trying to do here today is better understand the trauma divide that existed between soldiers returning to America from Europe and from the Pacific. These soldiers experienced two different wars within the same larger conflict. The trauma was intense in both cases and unique to each theatre. Over time, we hope, these scars may have faded, become a little easier to manage and deal with. Some soldiers put their experiences into words, either in books and TV documentaries, or simply in stories they told their families and friends in the decades following the war. Others kept them locked away, preferring to repress these memories rather than relive them. Regardless of the manner in which these men worked through their trauma, none would forget what they went through during those years in the 1940s, taking the true horror of war with them to their graves. Even today, these memories are very real for so many people. In 2021, around 122,000 veterans of American Second World War campaigns were still with us, still remembering what they saw on the battlegrounds of Western Europe and on the islands of the Pacific, the friendships they forged, and the brothers they lost. The landing craft lurches forward, its hull groaning and complaining beneath the pressure of the sea. For the men crouched in its belly, there's nothing to do but wait. Wait and hope for a safe passage to the shore. Spumes of water and foam flow over the bow, soaking the men, and then all hell breaks loose. The rattle of machine gun fire and terrible crash of explosives, the landing craft is thrown left and right, but keeps on. They must be near the landing site now. The gate is about to come down, exposing all of them to the fury of what lies on the other side. The men have their objectives. They know what they have to do, and they pray they have the strength to do it. Anyone who knows about the Normandy landings, particularly those at Omaha in June of 1944, will recognize this situation. The Omaha landings are among the most famous in history, if not the most famous, and for good reason. This was a turning point for the war in Europe, a huge victory for the Allies with an enormous human cost. But equally, this scene could come from somewhere else. It could come from the Pacific campaigns, where American Marines and infantry conducted a program of island hopping as landing after landing brought them ever closer to Japan. Today, we're telling those stories and looking at just what made these Pacific beach landings so deadly. The Americans were working backwards from their ultimate goal. To cross the Central Pacific and reach Japan, the Philippines must be retaken, but to get there, the Marianas must fall. The Mariana Islands were heavily defended, but could be taken if the US controlled the Marshall Islands. An assault on the Marshalls might be possible if there was an unbroken line of communication from Hawaii, but there was not. Between Hawaii and the Marshalls, there was a Japanese base, Bateo, on the western side of Tarawa Atoll. If this whole house of cards were to come tumbling down, the Americans must first land at Tarawa. Hope was high when, on November 20th, 1943, 18,000 Marines began their assault on the tiny Bateo Island. Almost immediately, these hopes were dashed. Along the island's north coast, the water wasn't as deep as expected, and the landing craft found themselves snarled against the jagged coral that ringed the island. As the Marines tried to free their craft, the Japanese guns on Bateo opened up, tossing landing craft like toys and inflicting heavy casualties on the invaders. Still hundreds of meters from the shoreline, the Marines knew they had only one option. They jumped into the shallow water and began the grim trudge toward the beaches, through water that reached chest height and under devastating enemy fire. Many would never even set foot on Bateo. But many did. As the lagoon approach became choked with Allied dead and shattered landing craft, it became clear that men and material were making it through. Amphibious assault vehicles, better equipped to deal with the conditions than the landing craft, were making their way to the beaches. By the end of the first day, 5,000 Americans were on Bateo, but hundreds lay dead in and around the lagoon. These few hours were some of the bloodiest experienced by the Americans in the war. The second day of the assault on Tarawa did not get much easier. Once again, the tide was low and the Marines who had already landed were largely unsupported. Snipers rained down fire on the stranded troops from all directions and the situation looked grim. But noon brought higher tides and the reserve wave of Marines and tanks began to make its way ashore. Destroyers were able to close in on the island, supporting the men with artillery fire. Finally on the move, the Marines made rapid progress across the island, knocking out gun emplacements and enemy positions with grenades and flamethrowers. For many, this would be the first experience of their enemy and his tactics. Banzai charges and suicide missions were repeatedly used to counter the Americans. On the night of November 22nd, a final cry of banzai rose into the darkness. The remaining Japanese defenders launched a desperate assault on the invaders. By morning, the Battle of Tarawa was over, 76 hours after it began. The Americans had given up 1,000 lives to take the island. All but 17 of the 2,636 strong Japanese garrison had perished. Including Japan's civilian construction workers and Korean prisoners, their death toll ran to almost 4,700. Before Iwo Jima and Okinawa entered the public consciousness, Peleliu was the landing of the amphibious campaigns in the Pacific. Almost 10 months after Tarawa, the US war effort in the Pacific was progressing, but at a heavy cost. The orchestrators of this campaign, General Douglas MacArthur of the Army and Admiral Chester Nimitz of the Navy, were undecided on what to do next. MacArthur, who had promised to return after leaving Corregidor at Manila Bay in 1942, was pushing for the recapture of the Philippines and move from there to Okinawa. Nimitz was advocating for something more mobile, taking Taiwan and Okinawa by bypassing the Philippines altogether. While the two commanders butted heads over this, they were in agreement over one thing. For either plan to be a success, the island of Peleliu, in modern-day Palau, had to be taken. At a little after 8:30 on the morning of September 15th, 1944, the 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 7th Marine Regiments landed on two beaches at Peleliu. The Japanese defenders were ready and the Marines were met with a barrage of fire from both flanks. After less than an hour, 60 landing craft had been destroyed. While the Marines were at least on the beaches, they weren't going anywhere fast. Attempts to move inland were thwarted by stiff resistance, and by the end of the day, the Marines held their landing sites and nothing more. They were clinging onto Peleliu, but only just. The second day went a little better for the Marines. Reinforced by further landings, they pushed inland and the American forces were in control of Peleliu airfield by September 17th. Elsewhere, however, troops were still getting torn apart by fierce resistance. At the point, the southern end of the landing sites, and at Bloody Nose Ridge, the Marines fought hard to dislodge the defenders, often resorting to hand-to-hand combat to keep themselves in the fight. The 76 hours the Marines spent securing Tarawa must have felt like weeks, but on Peleliu, they stretched into months. Finally, 2 months, 1 week, and 5 days after the landings, Peleliu was completely in American hands. It had cost the Americans around 2,000 lives, with 8,500 wounded. The Japanese lost more than 12,000 men. Despite the agreement of both MacArthur and Nimitz that the attack must go ahead, some historians believe the bloodshed on Peleliu was unnecessary. It may have been possible to knock out Japanese air power in the area using the Americans' own planes, effectively stranding the Japanese garrison as the main Marine force swept by en route to the Philippines. Whether or not this is truly the case can never be known for sure. While the US Armed Forces did learn from the mistakes of the landings at Tarawa, this was still a bloody chapter in the march across the Pacific. The words Iwo Jima are etched deeply into the modern understanding of the American campaigns in the Pacific. The battle that raged here for more than a month in the spring of 1945 has become synonymous with the horror, bloodshed, and dogged determination of the US Army and Navy's route to Japan. This, the first time the American and Japanese militaries clashed on Japanese soil, would see the stars and stripes flying at the island's highest point, and give us one of the most famous photographs of the war. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. As landing craft closed in on the island on February 19, 1945, the men aboard would have known that they had a stiff task ahead of them. But up until now, resistance had been minimal. The Imperial Japanese Navy was reeling after years of devastating combat in the Pacific, limping back and back toward home territory. There was no way they could prevent a landing, so the garrison on the islands would just need to hold out. The officer in command, General Kuribayashi, had a plan. He would lie in wait, permitting the first wave of Marines to make landfall. Then he would make his move. Compared to the landings at Peleliu and Tarawa, the going was good for the Marines. The bluffs and scrubland overlooking the beaches were silent as the Americans filed ashore, organizing themselves into squads and platoons. The artillery bombardment to soften Iwo Jima up ahead of the assault must have worked. Then, at around 10 AM, a great fury was unleashed upon them. At first, it came as a ragged rattle of machine gun bullets, soldier, diarist, and author Robert Leckie would recall, growing gradually lower and fiercer until at last, all the pent-up fury of 100 hurricanes seemed to be breaking upon the heads of the Americans. Shells screeched and crashed, every hummock spat automatic fire, and the very soft soil underfoot erupted underfoot with hundreds of exploding landmines. Marines walking erect crumpled and fell. Concussion lifted them and slammed them down or tore them apart. With Kuribayashi now unleashing his delayed barrage on the men on the beaches, everything began to fall apart. The first wave had been promised excellent beaches with solid, stable sand to advance across. This turned out to be untrue, and vehicles quickly became bogged down as the terrain collapsed beneath them. Hundreds of Marines fell under a hail of bullets and artillery shells, and every inch of ground was hard fought for. As troops began to move off the beach, they cleared bunkers and trench complexes, only to find these positions springing into action once again at their rear, remanned by Japanese soldiers in a labyrinth network of tunnels dug into the island. It took 4 days for the Americans to isolate the Japanese troops on Mount Suribachi and then take the island. But they still had northern Iwo Jima to contend with. Here, General Kuribayashi remained in command, overseeing a formidable set of defenses. Understanding that his task was now to delay the American advance as much as possible, with no hope of reinforcement or relief, Kuribayashi forbade the banzai charges and suicide attacks that had become such a big part of last-ditch Japanese warfare. Still, by the time northern Iwo Jima fell, 5 weeks after the initial assault, there were only 216 Japanese prisoners out of a garrison of more than 20,000. The Marines suffered terribly on Iwo Jima. As many as 6,102 were believed to have been killed across the 5-week campaign. But at least, the Americans had a vital airfield to the south of Japan. Well, this is up for debate. The airfield did enable long-range fighter escorts for bombing raids over Japan, but it took so long to subdue Iwo Jima that this was hardly necessary by the end. Only 10 of these missions flew from Iwo Jima. However, the island proved invaluable as an emergency landing point for B-29 crews, yet the assault on the islands remains a controversial action in the Pacific Island hopping campaign. As the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Marines celebrated a grim victory on Iwo Jima, the 1st, 2nd, and 6th, along with 4 infantry divisions, were preparing for the next link in the chain that led to Japan itself. Less than a week after victory had been declared on Iwo Jima, the assaults on Okinawa began. Known as the Typhoon of Steel, the war's final major battle, and one of its bloodiest, was unfolding. Like Iwo Jima, there was little initial resistance. Marines began to mass on the beaches, nervously awaiting the fury that was surely coming to them. However, unlike Iwo Jima, that fury did not come. Marine and infantry troops headed inland, crossing the island and cutting it in two. For days, there was little to no response from the Japanese that the Americans knew were waiting for them, until on April 6th, a counterattack began. By now, kamikaze attacks were not the baffling events they had been several months earlier. They were expected. Some 350 kamikaze fighters, along with Baka-guided missiles with a kamikaze pilot strapped inside, rained down upon the Allied fleet off Okinawa. They were supported by the Yamato, the largest battleship ever built. The idea was to crush the fleet and isolate the troops on the island, ready for annihilation. It was a failure. As the Yamato sank beneath the waves on April 7th, it took with it the era of big gun naval warfare. At sea combat would never be the same, and the Japanese defenders were effectively all alone. The month of May dawned with the Japanese in a dire situation. Their forces were now concentrated in a 230 square kilometer zone in the extreme south of the island. However, they still had 60,000 men, the overwhelming majority of whom were preparing to fight until the very last. At Chocolate Drop Hill, Nahashuri, and countless other locations, the Japanese made stand after stand, drawing the invaders into brutal fighting in awkward and unforgiving terrain. Whether dug into caves in the hillside, guarded by concrete fortifications, or holed up in civilian homes in towns and villages, the Japanese resisted the American advance. Even after their primary fortification, a formidable line between Naha on the west coast and Yonabaru in the east, was broken, the Japanese refused to give ground. It took until June 21st, almost 3 months after the initial landings, to subdue the island. Those landings had been relatively straightforward, but from then on, the situation was desperate. Between April 4th and May 26th, the line advanced only 4 miles. It took another 4 weeks to advance the remaining 10 miles to the island's southern tip. Across all the Army, Marine, and Navy regiments involved in the struggle for Okinawa, as many as 12,500 Americans were killed or missing, a simply staggering loss of life. For the Japanese, it was even worse. At least 77,000 Army regulars lost their lives, along with 33,000 conscripted from the local Okinawan population. Around a quarter of the civilian population of Okinawa perished in weeks of carnage. The last meaningful Japanese force in the Pacific was destroyed, and now the Americans had their eyes on Japan itself. The Normandy landings took place over 5 beaches: Gold, Sword, Utah, Juno, and Omaha. It's Omaha that's the most famous, largely because this is the focal point for the carnage the day is now associated with. At Gold Beach, on June 6th, the British forces landing there took 400 casualties, putting 25,000 men ashore. At Sword, the British landed 29,000 men with 630 casualties. Utah saw the fewest casualties, 197 men out of 23,000 landed. Meanwhile, Juno saw the landing of 21,400 Canadian and British troops with 961 casualties. At Omaha, a number of factors meant events took a very different turn. 1. The Omaha landings involved a Ranger assault on Point du Hoc, essentially a special operation that was very different to the task of getting men ashore. 2. The naval bombardment, it was later argued, did not sufficiently weaken the German defenses. Men at Omaha were deposited into the teeth of a dragon, and many would be cut down where they stood. The rough seas at Omaha made it difficult for the landing craft to reach the beaches, and some were swamped before they got within range. In total, there were around 2,400 casualties, but 34,000 troops made it ashore. We can't compare the horrors experienced by the men who made these landings or by those who resisted them. We can barely even begin to imagine what that day must have felt like for those involved. But we can, from a historical perspective, examine the cost of these landings. The landings at Tarawa and Peleliu, for example, were met with an intensity equal to or even greater than that encountered by the first wave at Omaha. The number of lives lost at Tarawa in such a short space of time is almost unmatched in any other American operation of war. The opening day's action at Peleliu resulted in 1,100 casualties, of whom 200 were dead. This is less than half that of Omaha, but the ongoing advance onto the island would see this number increase tenfold. Iwo Jima was a little different. Here, the Japanese sprung a trap for the Americans, allowing them to land almost unopposed and then opening up on them. This was only the beginning of one of the bloodiest battles of the war and one of the most costly engagements in the history of the Marine Corps, but the nature of the Japanese response and the lack of casualty data from those horrifying opening hours make comparisons difficult. If Iwo Jima was slightly different to what had gone before, Okinawa was a world away from the actions at Omaha or even Peleliu in the Pacific Campaign. Here, the Marines were allowed to make landfall and even advance for days before the counterattack began in earnest. The numbers lost by both sides on Okinawa are staggering and are far in excess of the Allied and Axis casualty figures at Omaha, but the defensive strategy was completely different. We should avoid getting too bogged down in the idea of worst or bloodiest. All these actions were horrific in their own right and for their own reasons. What's important is that the hardships endured and the sacrifices made by soldiers on both sides are remembered. Most of these actions have had some kind of Hollywood treatment. Clint Eastwood made films from both the American and Japanese perspectives at Iwo Jima. Hacksaw Ridge, starring Andrew Garfield, focused on the Battle of Okinawa. The acclaimed miniseries, The Pacific, covers the landings at Peleliu in one episode. Despite this, it's still easy for the lens of history to shift and for events to become muddled and confused. The famous Saving Private Ryan has given younger generations some insight into what occurred in Normandy on June 6, 1944, and was praised by veterans on its release. More than a quarter of a century after it first screened, this remains a touchstone for younger people trying to make sense of events that are rapidly fading from living memory, but it's not the only example of a courageous landing and a desperate defense. World War II transformed amphibious warfare, and we owe it to those present to remember the way in which these battles were fought. Omaha must not be forgotten, but nor should the other amphibious actions that took place during the war, often at enormous cost. Warfare often brings out the darkest parts of humanity, but when the bullets stop flying and peace is finally reached, we have a duty to hold the criminals accountable for their actions. However, in the years since the end of the most destructive war in human history, the Japanese government still hasn't taken full responsibility for wartime atrocities. In this video, we dive into the horrific deeds of the Imperial Japanese Empire. But first, a warning, this is going to be a grim one. While the Allies advanced toward Japan in the final days of the Second World War, the Japanese military police were busy burning documents. Not battle plans, nor POW records, no. They were burning records concerning so-called comfort women. This is what they wanted to hide. From 1932 to 1945, between 100,000 and 200,000 women and girls were trafficked across the Japanese Empire to inappropriately named comfort stations. There, they were continually beaten and raped, sometimes as often as 40 times per day, by Japanese soldiers and officers. These enslaved women were usually forced to work in the rape stations for just a few months, their bodies too damaged to be of much, in quotation marks, use to the Japanese after that. In the early stages of Japan's campaign to conquer the Asia Pacific, prostitutes from Japan voluntarily followed the army to staff brothels set up for the officers. Army higher-ups wanted more, but the supply of willing volunteers from Japan quickly evaporated. Their first fix was to start the propaganda machine. Clerical, manufacturing, and nursing jobs were advertised with generous salaries, and they attracted many young female workers. It was a scam, and these women quickly found themselves forced into sexual slavery. When word of the scam got out, the Japanese started paying local gangs for a steady supply of women instead. These unlucky ones were kidnapped off the street on their way home from work or from outside their schools. Women and girls as young as 11 from China, the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaya, Thailand, Burma, New Guinea, Hong Kong, Macau, French Indochina, the Netherlands, and Australia were preyed upon, but the majority were Korean. They were kidnapped by gangsters or soldiers and then broken in by constant rape. The physical trauma they experienced often led to infections, but life-saving medicine was kept for use on soldiers only. The damage inflicted on these women and girls left many infertile. The horror of military-run sexual slavery is too much for many in Japan, to the point where some political factions outright deny it. Some politicians, such as Toru Hashimoto, the former mayor of Osaka, try to justify the atrocity. In his own words, "When soldiers are running around at the risk of losing their lives, if you want them to have a rest in such a situation, a comfort woman system is necessary. Anyone can understand that. We don't understand it." Only the most deranged minds could come up with a fate worse than what we've just described, and the Japanese managed to do just that. They were the doctors from hell who officially worked for the Epidemic Prevention and Water Purification Department of the Kwantung Army. But unofficially, they were known as Unit 731. Based in northern China, Unit 731 experimented on POWs and civilians they'd kidnapped. The sadistic war criminals pretending to be doctors were interested in how the human body was affected by diseases when placed under different pressures. Healthy men, women, and children were purposely infected with debilitating diseases and then cut open while still alive for the Japanese to observe the disease's progress. When the madmen decided to study the disease syphilis, they forced an infected prisoner into sex with a healthy prisoner at gunpoint. But it really gets worse. Women were forcibly impregnated so that experiments could be carried out on them and their babies. No one survived. Unit 731 starved, burnt, and electrocuted prisoners, spun them to death in a centrifuge, poisoned them, replaced their blood with animal blood, injected them with seawater, tested experimental weapons on them, and conducted seemingly every other kind of cruel experiment that you can think of. A report on frostbite testing read, prisoners were taken outside in freezing weather and left with exposed arms, periodically drenched with water until frozen solid. After both arms were gone, the doctors moved on to the legs until only a head and torso remained. The victim was then used for plague and pathogens experiments. One of Unit 731's goals was to develop a pathogen they could use to wage biological warfare on Americans. The unit's chief, General Ishii, planned to airdrop plague-carrying fleas into the western United States to cause a pandemic. He wanted to make the Americans think twice before invading Japan, but weeks before he could put his plan into action, his country surrendered. Now, this is by far one of the worst parts of Unit 731's story. Not that they conducted the most psychopathically evil experiments imaginable, but that the Americans let them get away with it. In return for all of their ill-gotten research, General MacArthur secretly agreed to grant all the sadistic nutters at Unit 731 immunity from war crimes prosecution. They all escaped justice, and their research was later found to be amateurish and of no real medical use anyway. While those two examples were probably the most outwardly evil, soldiers of the Japanese Empire committed barbaric war crimes everywhere they went. There was the Nanjing Massacre, where the marauding Japanese army killed between 40,000 and 300,000 people. After killing and capturing nearly all military-aged men, the Japanese soldiers persecuted one of the worst incidences of mass rape in human history. In some cases, women were literally raped to death. The marauding soldiers' favorite targets were high schools. Many other massacres were carried out in China as part of the 3 alls policy. Kill all, loot all, burn all. It was scorched earth on steroids and led to the deaths of roughly 2.7 million Chinese civilians, some from chemical weapons attacks. The policy was personally sanctioned by Emperor Hirohito, which quashes the ridiculous idea that he wasn't a top war criminal too. So if Emperor Hirohito knew about the scale of the atrocities his military was committing and willingly signed off on it, how many others are culpable too? This is a question that modern Japan is still wrestling with and is a common topic in their national debate. But despite greater public recognition for their past crimes, Japan still has a long way to go toward official acknowledgement. Take, for example, the historic Yasukuni Shrine, which functions as a national war memorial for Japanese servicemen who died between 1868 and 1954. There are over 2 million names commemorated on the shrine. 1,068 of those names are convicted war criminals. These were the sadists who set up rape stations, kidnapped girls as young as 11 for sexual enslavement, experimented on living people, and massacred hundreds of civilians. There are also 14 names of Class A war criminals. These are men convicted of masterminding the operations that left millions dead in their wake. There's no acknowledgement at the shrine of what these people did, and what's worse, the museum at the shrine deliberately whitewashes the narrative. It depicts Chinese civilians not running in fear for their lives, but welcoming the Japanese soldiers as liberators. The US is also cast as a warmonger that forced Imperial Japan into conflict by way of economic blockade. This sort of blatant propaganda is not how a nation comes to terms with its history, and the majority of the Japanese public knows this. Many are aware that what is sometimes called the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity War has been heavily propagandized by the far right, but these ultra-nationalists still wield influence in modern Japan. The Bataan Death Marches, the building of the Burma Railway, and the Hell Ships. The atrocities committed by the Japanese on enemy POWs are infamous. But what about the flip side? What was the fate of the Japanese soldiers captured by the Allies? In this video, we delve into their stories. During the Second World War, Japanese soldiers earned a reputation for never surrendering. Their tenacity and will to keep fighting under hopeless conditions became legendary among Allied troops. The Chinese, Soviet, US, and Commonwealth forces put this down to fanaticism. They believed the regular Japanese soldier was desperate to throw away his life for the emperor. In Japan, this thinking was constantly reinforced. Soldiers were brutalized in training and taught that their lives belonged to the emperor by a government-sponsored indoctrination program. From 1941, each soldier was given a pocket copy of the Senjinkun, the instructions for the battlefield. A passage from this short, simple text reads, "Never live to experience shame as a prisoner. By dying, you will avoid leaving a stain on your honor." This concept wasn't limited to Japanese soldiers. They believed it applied to captured enemy soldiers too. Coupled with brutal Japanese military life, this thinking paved the way for the Japanese army to commit the worst atrocities of the war. However, unthinking loyalty and fear of shame probably weren't the main factors that kept Japanese soldiers from surrendering in large numbers, as other armies did. It's more likely the average Japanese soldier was far more worried about his fate if captured than going against the Senjinkun in his pocket. Japanese soldiers expected to be killed on sight if they surrendered to the Allies, no matter which force. If they were lucky enough to avoid an immediate bullet, they assumed their captors would treat them the same way Japanese units treated POWs, horrendously. Believing they would surely be tortured or killed if they surrendered, Japanese soldiers felt they had no choice but to fight or commit suicide. Similarly, medical officers sometimes killed their own patients for fear of what the Allies might do to them. But the worst part is these fears weren't unfounded. Before May 1944, most Japanese soldiers that surrendered to US forces were shot on sight. Allied soldiers, particularly American soldiers, believed the Japanese to be fanatical and expected every surrender to be a ruse. Earlier in the war, some surrendering Japanese soldiers concealed grenades or knives with which they attacked their captors. One famous example was the Gautage Patrol in the early phase of the Guadalcanal campaign. 25 Marines, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Gautage, were annihilated in an ambush while they attempted to accept a Japanese unit's surrender. A Marine watching from afar recounted, "The idea of taking prisoners was swept from our minds. It was too dangerous." Every surrendering soldier was seen as a potential threat. Additionally, the Allied soldiers' habit of taking battle souvenirs led the Japanese to believe that, if not death, they faced mutilation. Bones, and especially skulls from dead Japanese soldiers, were prized by US forces. In Life magazine, the caption, "Arizona war worker writes her Navy boyfriend a thank you note for the skull he sent her," appeared next to an image of a young woman and a skull. President Roosevelt even caused controversy when he returned a gifted letter opener made from a Japanese soldier's arm bone, calling for its proper burial. In May 1944, US High Command initiated programs to educate their soldiers about the benefits of enemies surrendering instead of fighting to the death. They were fairly successful, and numbers of Japanese POWs grew substantially. Though, generally speaking, Chinese and Soviet forces continued to take few, if any, prisoners until the end of the war. The Japanese soldiers captured before mid-1944 tended to fit into two groups. The first group, containing the vast majority, comprised Koreans, Taiwanese, Manchurians, and other peoples colonized by Imperial Japan. Often from labor units, these men were far less keen to die for the emperor than homegrown Japanese soldiers. The second group was made up of primarily soldiers that had been severely wounded in battle or knocked unconscious. Left for dead by their comrades, they could not resist capture. Once prisoners had been secured, they were moved to POW camps. The US military didn't feel it had the capability to support POWs in the Pacific, so they outsourced the operation to Australia and New Zealand. In return for extra war material from Lend-Lease deals, the Aussies and Kiwis set up POW camps and provided the guards. This is where most of the Japanese POWs ended up. However, a small number of POWs selected for their intelligence value were brought to specially built camps in the continental United States. After they arrived, the POWs were sent to a medical facility in Tracy, California, where they were fed and screened for tropical diseases. Many suffered from parasitic infections and were in the early or medium stages of starvation. Once pronounced fit in Tracy, POWs were relocated to camps at the nearby Byron Hot Springs and Fort Hunt. These camps were specially provisioned for Japanese POWs. Japanese food appeared on the menu alongside local fare, and the men were encouraged to socialize. Each was assigned his own Japanese-American interrogator with whom he chatted informally for a few hours each day. These interrogators quickly discovered that Japanese POWs could not be forced to divulge secrets in the traditional ways, but had another weakness. The mere suggestion that a POW's family might be notified of his capture was enough to get even the toughest men talking. Confident they weren't going to be killed, the captured soldiers feared shame above all. Good treatment and some hidden microphones loosened enough lips for US military intelligence to get all they needed from the POWs. Many believed they had already turned their back on Japan and were, consequently, more than willing to help. Some even volunteered to fight for the Americans. But for the regular grunts, the guys who didn't know anything useful, things were quite different. One of the largest camps holding Japanese POWs was located in Cowra, New South Wales. In August 1944, 1,104 Japanese POWs were secured in Camp B of No. 12 prison compound. This camp was guarded by militiamen of the 22nd Garrison Battalion. The militia was composed of men otherwise unfit for service. Some were young and had health conditions, but more were old veterans. They were armed with an assortment of Great War era rifles and a few machine guns. Discontent had been building in the camp for some time. Facilities were in accordance with the Geneva Conventions, however, cultural differences and racism between guards and POWs caused serious friction. On August 4th, the militiamen heard the POWs organizing a breakout. To stop it, they planned to move all POWs below Lance Corporal rank to another camp. This accelerated the Japanese plans. At 2 a.m. that night, the prisoners staged a mass breakout. On the sound of a bugle, a mass of prisoners armed with improvised knives and clubs charged the fence and began cutting their way through. Privates Ben Hardy and Ralph Jones manned a Vickers machine gun close to the breakout site and, after warnings, opened fire into the crowd. They gunned down over 100 Japanese soldiers before the mob broke through and charged them. Just before they were overrun, the men pulled the bolt from their weapon and threw it away, rendering it useless. They were then hacked to pieces. 334 prisoners escaped, but all were recaptured within a week of the breakout. Many had chosen to stay behind during the confusion and settle scores, as many Japanese POWs were discovered to have been killed by fellow inmates. All 234 POWs died as a result of the breakout, and a further 108 were wounded. Hardy and Jones were both posthumously awarded the George Cross, the highest Commonwealth award for bravery not under fire. The Cowra Breakout was the largest and bloodiest prison escape of the Second World War. When Emperor Hirohito announced that the war situation has developed not necessarily to Japan's advantage, millions of soldiers surrendered to the Allies en masse. In Mongolia, Manchuria, and China, 1.8 million soldiers of the Japanese army were captured by the Soviet Union and sent to labor camps. They were gradually repatriated from these eastern gulags, but some continued to toil until 1950, 5 years after the war had ended. It's always nice to grab a souvenir or two to remember a holiday. Keychains, t-shirts, jewelry, gold teeth, human skulls, you know, the usual. Those last two might have surprised you, but they sure didn't surprise the US customs authorities during and after the Second World War. Many GIs returned home with the bones of dead Japanese soldiers or posted them to their wives and girlfriends from the field. The practice was common and some would say inevitable. After all, why shouldn't they mutilate Japanese corpses when the Japanese were doing the same to them? Well, that was one take at least, but in this video we're going to delve far deeper into this gruesome subject. You might say we're going to get to the marrow of it. The practice of removing and keeping human body parts has been going on for thousands of years. Amazonian tribes shrunk the severed heads of their enemies. Samurai cut the noses from Koreans slain in the 16th century Japanese invasion. European colonists scalped Native Americans, and they scalped them in turn. While body parts were kept for a variety of purposes, they were often displayed as trophies, as tokens of victory and warnings to would-be foes. This all sounds pretty primitive, to be honest, so why were the Americans doing it in the 1940s? What exactly was going on? Well, it all started in the Pacific, where Imperial Japanese and US forces clashed most. It's unclear exactly when it started or exactly why, but American soldiers sought out 3 Japanese body parts in particular: ears, gold teeth, and skulls. According to American historian John Dower, ears were the most common trophy taken, probably due to the ease with which an ear can be removed. After the war, US Marine Donald Fall described how Marines on Guadalcanal would stick Japanese ears to their belts, for instance. The taking of gold teeth is pretty self-explanatory, but we can't go on without mentioning a quote collated in Grim Stuff. As for skulls, they took a bit more preparation. The flesh had to be removed, of course, so most trophy hunters took the skulls from corpses that had already started to decay. According to historian Niall Ferguson, boiling the flesh off Japanese skulls was not an uncommon practice. In fact, there's photos of American soldiers undertaking this procedure. But why go to all this bloody effort? As it turns out, US soldiers mutilated the Japanese dead for a variety of reasons. One of the big ones was revenge. Returning to veteran Donald Fall's description of trophy taking on Guadalcanal, he said, "We found a lot of pictures of Marines that had been cut up and mutilated. It was after this incident that Fall started to see Marines pinning Japanese ears to their belts." To quote Fall again, "You get into a nasty frame of mind in combat. You'd find a dead Marine that the Japs had booby-trapped, and they mutilated the dead. We began to get down to their level." It probably didn't help that the Japanese were depicted as vermin in US propaganda. According to James Weingartner's Trophies of War, to many Americans, the Japanese adversary was no more than an animal. This notion was supported by a US war correspondent who said, "I gather that the Japanese were looked upon as subhuman and repulsive, the same way some people feel about cockroaches or mice." The aforementioned author Niall Ferguson went as far as to liken the American view of the Japanese to the German view of Slavs in the USSR, as Unter mentioned. Some anecdotes suggest that American GIs mutilated dead Japanese because they themselves were treated as animals. In other words, the horrors of combat had reduced them to savagery. In Darwin and International Relations, on the evolutionary origins of war and ethnic conflict, author Bradley Thayer refers to a quote by Guadalcanal campaign veteran Orr Marion. "At daybreak, a couple of our kids, bearded, dirty, skinny from hunger, slightly wounded by bayonets, clothes worn and torn, whack off 3 heads and jam them on poles facing the side of the river. Their colonel sees this and says, "What are you doing? You're acting like animals." A dirty, stinking young kid says, "That's right, Colonel, we are animals. We live like animals, we eat and are treated like animals. What the f do you expect?" In Skull Trophies of the Pacific War, Transgressive Objects of Remembrance, author Simon Harrison offers another interesting explanation as to why American GIs mutilated Japanese corpses. In Harrison's words, hunting was an important symbolic affirmation of American white male identity. It can have some qualities of a rite of passage for adolescent boys. Many servicemen brought this ideology with them into combat with an enemy which many of them viewed as subhuman. If we're hearing Harrison properly, it could be argued that some American GIs claimed Japanese body parts in the same way they might claim the head of a deer and mount it on their wall. Of course, some Americans simply claimed Japanese body parts as souvenirs, as proof that they had been there, while others took body parts so they could trade or sell them. For example, in Skull Trophies of the Pacific War, Harrison refers to a soldier who made a string of beads from the teeth of Japanese soldiers and intended to sell this gruesome item of jewelry when he returned to the States. Another more famous example is that of Natalie Nickerson, whose naval officer boyfriend sent her a Japanese skull autographed by him and a dozen of his mates. Some words were inscribed on the skull as well. "This is a good Jap," they said, a dead one picked up on the New Guinea beach. An image of Nickerson with this skull, which she named Tojo, appeared in a May 1944 issue of Life magazine, and her boyfriend was ultimately reprimanded, albeit not severely. It very much seems that some loved ones back in the US were encouraging this sort of behavior in American GIs. Harrison refers to 2 examples of this. The first featured in an April 1943 issue of a Baltimore newspaper, the second in a Detroit newspaper. The Baltimore paper ran a story of a local mother seeking permission for her son to send her a Japanese ear, which she wanted to nail to her front door, while the Detroit paper ran a story about an underage lad who bribed his chaplain with the promise of Japanese ears if the chaplain didn't disclose the lad's true age when he went to enlist in the army. So, the American public didn't seem to have too much of an issue with corpse mutilation, but what about the US military, and what about the Japanese? With the American military, it seems they weren't bothered by it, turned a blind eye to it, or were concerned with it only on paper. In September 1942, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, Chester W. Nimitz, issued an order that condemned body parts as souvenirs, while, according to the aforementioned Ormarion, Marines caught doing this would face a court-martial. In January 1944, the Joint Chiefs of Staff put their foot down, issuing a directive against body mutilation. Still, the practice continued. That photo of Natalie Nickerson and Tojo in Life magazine, for instance, was published after the JCS narrative. And Harrison refers to an account by a pioneer aviator named Charles Lindbergh, who recorded a conversation he had with a Marine officer in the Marshall Islands in August 1944. In Lindbergh's words, the officer said he'd seen a number of Japanese bodies from which an ear or nose had been cut off. Our boys cut them off to show their friends for fun, or to dry and take them back to the States, said the officer. We found one Marine with a Japanese head. He was trying to get the ants to clean the flesh off the skull, but the odor got so bad we had to take it away from him. It's the same story everywhere I go. This anecdote is important because it shows that, rather than reprimanding the Marine, the officer simply confiscated the skull. In Harrison's words, the JCS directive seemed to have been implemented only partially and unevenly by local commanders. Returning to Charles Lindbergh, the practice of taking Japanese body parts as souvenirs had become so common that, when passing through Hawaiian customs in 1944, they asked him if he was carrying any bones in his luggage. It had become routine at this point. Mostly though, they were looking for what they termed green skulls, which were skulls that hadn't been cured properly. Imagine trying to get one of those bad boys through customs today. As for the Japanese, the mutilation only reinforced the portrayal of American soldiers in Japanese propaganda, which sought to demonize them. We discussed this topic in detail in our video on Japanese perspectives of American soldiers, but this quote by historian Edwin Hoyt surmises the Japanese perspective. thought of a Japanese soldier's skull becoming an American ashtray was as horrifying in Tokyo as the thought of an American prisoner used for bayonet practice was in New York. You've heard of the Gestapo and the NKVD before, but what about the Kempeitai, whose members were largely responsible for Imperial Japan's atrocities? The Kempeitai was Japan's military police and secret police force during the Second World War, and there's no doubt about it, they were a bunch of sadistic a-holes. In this video, we're going to be talking about the structure of the Kempeitai and some of the unforgivable things they got up to during the war. The Kempeitai wasn't created during the Second World War. The organization was established back in 1881, stealing a bunch of ideas from France's national police force, the National Gendarmerie. At its conception, it consisted of just 349 men. The Kempeitai was technically a part of the Imperial Japanese Army that also carried out tasks for the Imperial Japanese Navy, the Naomosho, or Home Ministry, and the Shihiosho, or Ministry of Justice. Because the Japanese Army and Navy hated each other's guts, as we've discussed in a previous video, the Navy had its own military police, the Toketai. This force was far smaller than the Kempeitai and existed in part to stop the Japanese Army from sticky beaking in naval affairs. Under the umbrella of the Kempeitai, most Kempe found themselves working in administration, police, special duties, or in auxiliary units composed of local forces in Japanese-occupied areas. Kempeitai HQs and Field Kempeitai, the latter composed of between 315 and 600 personnel, were attached to area armies. Field Kempeitai could be broken down into buntai, or sections, and bunkentai, or detachments, the smallest field Kempeitai units. In 1901, the Toko, or Special Hire Force, was formed. Also known as the Thought Police, this was a civilian secret police force under the Home Ministry and can be thought of as the civilian counterpart to the Kempeitai. The Toko policed internal affairs, suppressing anarchists, socialists, communists, pacifists, student activists, certain religious groups, and anyone who disrespected the emperor. Via a network of informants, the organization had made over 59,000 arrests by 1936 alone. While the Kempeitai and Toko were separate organizations, the Kempeitai had its own secret police branch. According to a report from the June 1945 issue of the US Military Intelligence Service's Intelligence Bulletin, practically all members of the Kempe were volunteers, both commissioned and enlisted personnel, and the standards for admission to the organization were high. The enlisted men had to hold the rank of Jotahai, or superior private, and had to meet high physical and mental requirements. They also had to be politically reliable. Enlistees went to military police schools or were trained in special units. NCOs and officers were held to a higher standard, needing 6 or more years of military experience to be considered. Depending on their role, Kempe generally wore Japanese army uniforms, cavalry uniforms, or civilian clothes with a badge underneath. In uniform, Kempe wore a white armband on their left arm which read Kempe. Officers carried a pistol and a saber, while enlisted men got a pistol and a bayonet. Kempe had a range of responsibilities. They concerned themselves with intelligence, counterintelligence, espionage, propaganda, and counter-propaganda, working under disguise at home and in foreign countries, where they often employed local informants. At home, they protected military zones, maintained military discipline, dealt with crimes committed by Japanese army personnel, dealt with conscription laws, maintained security by spying on and arresting possible traitors, defeatists, and people harboring anti-war sentiments, and lastly, crushed threatening rumors and anyone trying to undermine Imperial Japan. Overseas, they seized supplies and food from local populations, managed rations, recruited locals for fun-time auxiliary units, maintained rear area security, managed prostitutes, and forcibly recruited sex slaves. Notably, Kempe were also in charge of absolutely ruining the lives of prisoners of war. When it came to methods, Kempe loved a bit of torture, so much so that they had their own handbook on this depraved art form of theirs. While the Kempeitai certainly inflicted great suffering before World War II, such as during Japan's annexation of Korea and the early stages of the Second Sino-Japanese War, we're going to focus on their Kempe atrocities in the Second World War. In World War II, at least 11 field Kempeitais were active outside of Japan, in Japan's captured and occupied territories, which were mostly in the Pacific. By the end of the war, the United States Army estimated that the Kempeitai had more than 35,000 discernible members, with that number estimate climbing to 75,000 to account for undercover personnel and such. After the Japanese 25th Army defeated the Allies in Singapore and seized control of the island in February 1942, the Kempeitai set up a headquarters in a YMCA building which became known as Kempeitai East District Branch. The building was used to administer the 200 regular Kempei and the 1,000 auxiliary Kempei in Singapore. It was also a house of pain. Many civilians were tortured here, many of them innocent. On the 10th of October 1943 alone, the Kempeitai arrested and tortured 57 civilians they suspected were involved in a raid on Singapore Harbour. Really, the attack was orchestrated by the joint British and Australian Spec Ops Z Special Force. One Singaporean woman, Elizabeth Choi, was held in YMCA for nearly 200 days. They actually let her go in the end, but she suffered no less. In Choi's words, "When my interrogators could not get any information out of me, they dragged my husband out, tied him up and made him kneel beside me. Then, in his full view, they stripped me to the waist and applied electric currents to me." The Kempei also erected iron stakes outside the YMCA building and mounted them with severed heads. Sandakan POW camp on Borneo was hell on earth for the Allied POWs, mostly Aussie, held there by the Kempeitai from July 1942 to May 1945. Putting aside the infamous Sandakan death marches for a moment, Aussie Lieutenant Rod Wells described his own experience with one of the Kempeitai's interrogation methods. The interviewer produced a small piece of wood like a meat skewer, pushed that into my left ear and tapped it with a small hammer. I think I fainted sometime after it went through the drum. Sibyl Kathigasu was a nurse living in Japanese-occupied Malaya during the war. Sibyl and her husband provided medical supplies and services to the Malayan people's anti-Japanese army. The Kempeitai caught wind of them and arrested them in July 1943. They were tortured for 2 years. In Sibyl's words, "They heated iron bars in a charcoal brazier and applied them to my legs and back. They ran a stick between the second and third fingers on both of my hands, squeezing the fingers together and holding them firmly in the air while 2 men hung from the ends of the cane, making a seesaw of my hands and tearing the flesh between my fingers." Also in Malaya, an unnamed magistrate was arrested by the Kempeitai because they suspected he was a spy. The Kempeitai tortured him by burying him. As per the magistrate, they buried me in the ground, leaving just my head above ground. I was then made to close my eyes. One of the Kempeitai men put his sword against my throat as if to cut it, and kept it there for some minutes. After that, I was unburied and left out in the sun for the rest of the day. After that, they shoved the magistrate in a 40-gallon drum of oily water and put the lid on. This didn't kill him though. The Japanese invaded the Dutch East Indian island of Java on the 24th of February 1942, and it was theirs by the 12th of March. This was a disastrous turn of events for Jan Roth O'Hearn, an Australian woman living on the island with her mother and 2 sisters. All 4 women were taken to Ambarawa prison camp where they were held for a couple of years. In February 1944, the Kempeitai took her from the camp and forced her into sexual slavery in a military brothel, where they kept her for 3 months before sending her back to Ambarawa. In Jan's words, "They dragged us away one by one. I could hear screaming and this large, fat, bald Japanese officer appeared, grinning at me. I put up an enormous fight, but he just dragged me to the bedroom. I never thought suffering could be that terrible." We've covered the dreaded Japanese Biological and Chemical Warfare Unit 731 before, but it's worth mentioning that the Kempeitai established this unit, which experimented on living beings in a variety of ways. To name just a few of these so-called experiments, they amputated people's limbs and otherwise operated on them while they were still alive, spun them in centrifuges until they died, exposed them to toxins like pufferfish venom, exposed them to lethal X-ray doses, infected them with horrible diseases, and raped them to spread sexually transmitted infections and force pregnancies for further testing. The Kempeitai were responsible for rounding up many of these unfortunate souls. Those were literally just a handful of the atrocities perpetrated by Imperial Japanese military police and the secret police force, the Kempeitai, during the Second World War. Now, we're all aware of Japanese cruelty in World War II, especially toward their prisoners, though one camp was worse than all others. While holding fewer POWs than many other camps, the POW camp Sandakan on the northern edge of Borneo was the site of one of the worst atrocities of the war. In August 1943, between 2,000 and 2,500 British and Australian POWs were detained in Sandakan POW camp and forced to do manual labour. Their job was to turn an impenetrable jungle into an operational military airfield. Conditions were deplorable. Water for the POWs was filthy and often made them sick. The food ration was only a handful of dirty rice per day. Beatings occurred regularly and men died daily. But things only got worse. By mid-1944, the war in the Pacific had turned in the favour of the Allies, and the Japanese were worried about losing access to Borneo's vital oil fields, deploying hundreds of additional troops to reinforce these positions. For the POWs of Sandakan, this was a nightmare, as their meagre food ration virtually disappeared to feed the incoming soldiers. The Allies successfully bombed the airstrip, rendering it unusable, several months later in January 1945. To prevent them escaping into the arms of the Allies, who were expected to land any day, the Japanese marched the camp's British and Aussie POWs to an inland base in waves, leaving roughly every month. Those who were too sick to walk were left at Sandakan to starve. Along the march, POWs were continuously shot for falling behind. By the time the marches had finished, only 38 POWs of the original 2,500 were still alive. Too weak to work, they were all executed. Sandakan was a death sentence for a POW, and the Australian government still regards it as the worst atrocity ever carried out on Australian soldiers in war. There was nearly nowhere worse to be in World War II than on board a Japanese hellship. Mostly smaller freighters that had been hastily converted for human cargo, the Imperial Japanese Navy shipped tens of thousands of captured Allied POWs and Southeast Asian civilians to Japan, China, and other parts of their empire. These POWs were destined to spend the rest of the war as slave laborers and, sometimes, test subjects for demented medical experiments. Life on board an aptly named hellship was unimaginable. Herded into tiny cargo spaces below deck, POWs were crammed so tightly and with so little ventilation that some died from lack of oxygen. Other common causes of death were dehydration, starvation, and the ever-present disease. Dysentery was extremely common, and men were forced to relieve themselves wherever they could, the deck quickly running slick with infectious excrement. The conditions were so hellish, it wasn't uncommon for POWs to go insane. An environment of oppressive humidity, little oxygen, and no water or food broke many men's minds. Desperate and deranged, some POWs would drink urine or slit their veins to open and drink their own blood, and sometimes the blood of others. To round off an experience which the word hellish doesn't do justice, many of these POWs never reached their destinations. The Japanese Navy refused to mark POW transport ships in accordance with the maritime law, meaning that many were torpedoed by Allied submarines and aircraft hunting for Japanese troop ships. One hell ship, the Suez Maru, carried 548 sick POWs from slave labor camps in Malaysia. She began to sink after being torpedoed by an American submarine. Most of the human cargo drowned in the hold, but 250 POWs managed to escape. They swam to another Japanese ship which, after picking up survivors from the Japanese crew, machine-gunned the water, murdering all 250 POWs. Australian and British soldiers suffered, laughed, and died side by side in countless hellholes throughout the Second World War. While positivity and mateship can get you through some seriously tough times, they couldn't save the Aussies and Brits whom the Japanese subjected to the misery of the Sandakan death marches in the final year of the war. In this video, we tell that atrocious tale. In February 1942, Imperial Japan's 25th Army crossed the Johor Strait onto the island of Singapore and crushed the defending Allied forces so thoroughly that they surrendered some 80,000 troops. Many of these men were consigned to forced labor, which, under Japanese supervision, was synonymous with a slow, agonizing death. In July, 1,500 Aussies were shipped to Sandakan on the island of Borneo. A further 500 Australians and 770 British joined the first group the following year. Held at Sandakan POW camp, these men were forced, at gunpoint, to build the Japanese a military airfield without heavy machinery, using hand tools instead. The conditions were terrible. Before it was a POW camp, Sandakan was an experimental farm owned by the North Borneo Chartered Company. During the war, it was divided into an Australian compound, a British compound, and a site for Japanese guards to live and chill when they weren't tormenting their prisoners. In charge of Sandakan was Japanese Lieutenant Sumi Hoshijima, chosen because he was a military engineer capable of building an airfield, and he was also a huge a-hole. When new POWs arrived at the camp, this is what this career sadist said to them. "You will work until your bones rot under the tropical sun of Borneo. You will work for the Emperor. If any of you escape, I will pick out 3 or 4 and shoot them. The war will last for 100 years. We'll call him Hoshi now, because why not? The fences surrounding the compounds were electrified and fixed with barbed wire. If a prisoner was caught stealing food, the guards would throw them into a wooden cage without food and in minimal clothes, often just a loincloth. The mosquitoes were well fed at least. No matter what, the prisoners could only use the loo twice per day. The guards also punished them with methods of torture involving electricity and water. Other methods included hammering meat skewers into their ears. Such was the fate that befell Lieutenant Rod Wells, who described the experience as such. "I think I fainted sometime after it went through the drum. I remember the last excruciating sort of pain, and I must have gone out for some time because I was revived with a bucket of water. Eventually it healed, but of course I couldn't hear with it. I've never been able to hear since." It didn't matter if the prisoners were sick or starving or wounded or a second from dead. They were forced to break their backs day in and day out, working their hands to the bone to build an airfield that would undoubtedly be used to wage war against fellow Aussies and Brits. In August 1943, the Japanese further crushed the prisoners' morale by removing Australian and British officers from the camp, sending them to suffer in Batu Lintang camp instead. According to an article on the Australian government's Anzac portal, 885 Australians and British perished in Sandakan, and it does seem that the Allies knew what was going on there, for in October 1944, they started bombing the airfield. They also planned a rescue operation codenamed Kingfisher, but never bloody went through with it. Just why Operation Kingfisher fell through remains unknown. Either way, by January 1945, the Japanese airfield was so messed up that Hoshi, now captain, decided he would move his operation to the town of Ranau instead. It didn't matter that Ranau was 260 kilometers or 160 miles away, through mountain ranges and sweltering jungles and swamps, nor that his prisoners were already on death's door. And so began the Sandakan death marches. The first group of POWs left in January. There were 455 of them. They had to carry all of the Japanese guards' equipment and were only given 4 days' rations. The journey required 9. Along the way, prisoners dropped like flies. If they couldn't keep up, the Japanese just killed them. Australian Private Keith Botterill, one of the Sandakan Death March's survivors, described it better than we ever could. "I've seen men shot and bayoneted to death because they could not keep up with the party. No effort whatsoever was made to bury them. There was nothing we could do. We climbed this mountain about 30 miles out from Ranau, and we lost 5 men on that mountain in half a day. They shot 5 of them because they couldn't continue. But I just kept plodding along. It was a dense jungle. I was heartbroken, but I thought there was safety in numbers. I just kept going." It doesn't seem that any of the POWs escaped during this first march. When the survivors arrived at Ranau, however, where they were forced to build a temporary camp, some men tried. What follows is an anecdote featured in an article by the Australian War Memorial. Gunner Albert Cleary, a young man from Geelong, tried to escape into the jungle. Recaptured after a week, he was beaten and tied to a log. For 11 days, guards beat him, spat, and urinated on him. If you escape, the same thing will happen to you, a Japanese officer warned. At last, when he was close to death, the prisoners were allowed to free him. They carried him to a creek, washed and placed him in a hut, where he died. By May, just 30 of the POWs from the first march were alive. The aforementioned Keith Botterill was among them, but only because of his comrade Richard Murray, who took full responsibility for some rice the pair had stolen from the Japanese. In answer to the theft, the Japanese bayoneted Murray and tossed his corpse into a bomb crater. By the time the second march arrived on the 24th of June, just 6 prisoners from the first march were alive, the dead having either succumbed to starvation, disease, including dysentery, which would have been a horrible way to go, or Japanese bayonets. A further 4, including Botterill, had somehow managed to escape into the jungle where the locals took them in. After the first march departed Sandakan, Japanese captain Takakura Takuo was left in charge of the camp. He sent 536 prisoners to Ranao on the 29th of May. Their journey took far longer than the first, a march of 26 days, and only 183 of them actually made it to Ranao. 142 were Australian and 41 were British. 2 Aussies managed to escape into the jungle along the way, gunner Owen Campbell and bombardier Richard Braithwaite. The locals took them in as they had taken in Ranao's 4 escapees. Now only some 250 POWs remained in Sandakan. On the 9th of June 1945, the Japanese departed with 75 of them on a third and final march. The rest were left to starve to death in the camp. Some resorted to cannibalism to survive, but all of them ultimately died. So too did every prisoner on the final march. Over at Ranao, every single POW perished, too weak to work and thus shot by the Japanese. Of the 6 Aussies who escaped, 2 ultimately died as a result of their maltreatment, Botterill not included. The Sandakan death marches are largely considered to be the most heinous atrocity inflicted upon Australian soldiers during the Second World War. After the Japanese surrender and the end of the war, the Allies put Hoshi and the equally sadistic Takakura on trial for war crimes. Both of these miscreants were found guilty and executed. People have since then hiked the route between Sandakan and Ranao to both honour the men who died upon it and to understand, at least to some degree, the hell they experienced.
World War II was nuanced as hell, and it's impossible to determine what every soldier from every nation thought of as enemies. With that said, as humanity has studied the war, some common perspectives have floated to the surface. You probably know, especially if you're from an English-speaking country, how the Western Allies felt about the Japanese. But what about the other way around? What did Japanese soldiers think about Allied soldiers? What about their opinions on Americans in particular, given that the Japanese launched the attack that pulled the US into the war? Looking at some war documents, propaganda works, and anecdotes, we hope to shed some light on those questions today. In Japan's Meiji era, from 1868 to 1912, Japan transitioned from an isolated feudal society to an industrialized nation-state, adopting Western innovations and culture. Though, while the Japanese may have played baseball and watched Hollywood films, they also wanted Japan to remain Japan, to defend against Western colonization and to grow as an empire and reach great power status. The Meiji government placed an emphasis on national unity and patriotism. As the Japanese islands lacked raw materials like iron and oil, growth for Japan was synonymous with overseas expansion, and overseas expansion meant war. From the mid-1890s to 1945, war was pretty much what the Japanese did. In the 1930s, during the Showa era, Japanese nationalism rose to new extremes. To achieve the coveted great power status, Japan began another war against China, namely the Second Sino-Japanese War. This angered the West, especially America, which answered with embargoes on Japan, drastically reducing its ability to wage war. At this time, about 80% of Japan's oil came from the US, as did most of its steel. So after the US cancelled all oil exports to Japan in mid-1941, the Japanese people felt they had been cornered. Some Japanese leaders considered the embargo a preemptive declaration of war. This is corroborated in Read This Alone and the War Can Be Won, a Japanese military booklet issued in December 1941. The booklet reads, "At stake in the present war, without a doubt, is the future prosperity or decline of the empire. Slowly, little by little, like a man strangling his victim with a soft cord of silken floss, America has been prohibiting the export to Japan of oil and steel." Of course, December 1941 was also when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, hoping to cripple the US fleet so Imperial Japanese forces could conquer the Far East and seize its island's raw materials. The aforementioned Japanese military booklet offers additional insights, notably into how the Japanese military perceived Japan's role in the Far East. The first chapter reads as follows. "The English, the French, the Americans, the Dutch, the Portuguese, and others sailed into the Far East as if it were theirs by natural right, terrorized and subjugated the culturally backward natives, and colonized every country in the area. The natural resources of those countries were taken by a handful of white men, and tens of millions of Asian inhabitants have suffered constant exploitation and persecution at the white man's hands. The other peoples of the Far East trust and honor the Japanese, and hope that with the help of the Japanese people, they may themselves achieve national independence. In this narrative, Japan is painted as Asia's only hope, while the West is clearly the aggressor. Japanese World War II propaganda bolstered both of these notions. Studying a graphic by Akira Eiji in the January 1942 issue of the Japanese periodical Manga, John Dower, the author of War Without Mercy, Race and Power in the Pacific War, concludes that the Japanese saw themselves as the rising sun whose light was purifying the world. This was of course in reference to the Japanese Empire's flag. In War Without Mercy itself, Dower writes, "The Japanese routinely referred to themselves as the leading race, or Shido Minzoku, of the world. They called on a variety of metaphors, images, code phrases, and concepts to affirm their superiority, ranging from expressions that demeaned non-Japanese to elaborate affirmations of their own unique qualities." On the other side of the coin, writer Jack Wyckoff concludes the following in his review of Dower's War Without Mercy. "The Japanese portrayed the enemy as demons, cannibalistic ogres, gangsters, Napoleonic megalomaniacs, and even dandruff. An excellent example of Japanese propagandists demonizing the West is this depiction of American President Roosevelt. Unfortunately, the Western Allies lived up to these depictions on more occasions than one. US forces, for instance, sometimes refused to take Japanese soldiers as POWs. In War Without Mercy, Dower refers to the 1980 memoir of veteran William Manchester, who witnessed a young American soldier mow down a line of unarmed, surrendered Japanese soldiers with a submachine gun on the Japanese island of Okinawa in 1945. Dower also pays heed to a publication by historian Dennis Warner, who witnessed a US Major General order a US Colonel to gun down a group of wounded, surrendering Japanese during the 1943 to 1945 Bougainville campaign. Bear in mind, these were just two accounts evidencing this behavior, among many. Another way in which the Western Allies lived up to Japanese propaganda was through trophy taking and the mutilation of dead Japanese soldiers. This practice was not uncommon among American soldiers, who were known to take Japanese ears, teeth, and bones as souvenirs. According to historian Niall Ferguson, boiling the flesh off Japanese skulls was not an uncommon practice. In his book, With the Old Breed, at Peleliu and Okinawa, author Eugene Sledge depicts an incident in which a Marine extracted gold teeth from a Japanese soldier who was still alive. The Japanese soldier had been wounded severely in the back and couldn't move his arms. The Marine put the point of his K-bar on the base of a tooth and hit the handle with the palm of his hand. The knife point glanced off the tooth and sank deeply into the victim's mouth. The Marine cursed him and with a slash cut his cheeks open to each ear. Blood poured out of the soldier's mouth. He made a gurgling noise and thrashed wildly. Another Marine ran up, put a bullet in the enemy soldier's brain, and ended his agony. The scavenger grumbled and continued extracting his prizes, undisturbed. It is evident that all of the above was indeed on the Japanese soldier's mind too, as corroborated by Japanese letters retrieved by US Marines during the Guadalcanal campaign. According to I'm Staying with My Boys, The Heroic Life of Sergeant John Basilone, USMC, by Jerry Cutter and Jim Proza, one of these letters read as follows. The Americans on this island are not ordinary troops, but Marines, a special force recruited from jails and insane asylums for bloodlust. There is no honorable death to prisoners. Their arms are cut off, they are staked on the airfield and run over by steamrollers. Demonizing the West was just one way to inspire contempt of Western soldiers in Japanese soldiers, however. Another way was to focus on, in quotation marks, Western cowardice, as well as the West's lack of spiritual incentive. Basically, the Bushido code of behavior, which was instilled into the Japanese during basic training, regarded surrender as a cowardly act. Anyone who surrendered forfeited their honor, including enemy soldiers. According to the US Colonel Fred Borsch, those who had surrendered to the Japanese, regardless of how courageously or honorably they had fought, merited nothing but contempt. They had forfeited all honor and literally deserved nothing. Consequently, when the Japanese murdered POWs by shooting, beheading, and drowning, these acts were excused since they involved the killing of men who had forfeited all rights to be treated with dignity or respect. The aforementioned Japanese military booklet, Read This Alone and the War Can Be Won, provides further evidence of this attitude, stating, "Our opponents are even more feeble than the Chinese army. They are very effeminate and very cowardly, and have an intense dislike of fighting in the rain or the mist, or at night." Drawn from John Toland's The Rising Sun and the Decline and Fall of the Japanese Empire, 1936 to 1945, a Japanese pamphlet titled The Psychology of the Individual bolstered this perspective. The pamphlet read, "The Americans call themselves brave soldiers, yet they have no desire for the glory of their ancestors or posterity, nor for the glory of the family name. They as individuals want to be known as brave and to be given publicity. They fear death, but being individualists, they do not think much about what will happen hereafter. They go into battle with no spiritual incentive." As we said at the beginning of this video, the war was nuanced, and it's impossible to determine how every soldier perceived his enemies. What we've discussed here was merely some evidence in support of some Japanese perspectives about Americans and the West, with many examples coming directly from Japanese military documents or Japanese propaganda.
Imperial Japan wasn't the only belligerent nation of the Second World War to deploy suicide attacks. The Chinese, Soviets, and Germans did so too, but they never came close to the scale of Japanese kamikaze operations. In the final years of the Second World War, as their empire crumbled around them, Imperial Japanese commanders deployed an array of suicidal last-ditch vehicles that they hoped would cause just enough bloodshed to turn the war. We're starting with the now infamous Special Attack Force, the 1st Kamikazes. These were 24 naval aviators hand-selected by Commander Isaichi Tamai for a mission he knew would be their last: a kamikaze attack on the US fleet in the later Gulf. They were all particularly young, some weren't even 18, and were well educated. They weren't volunteers, nor were they fanatics. When Tamai asked Lieutenant Seki to lead the mission, he lowered his head in sorrow and said, "I'm not going on this mission for the Emperor or for the Empire. I'm going because I was ordered to." Seki's grim acceptance of death was expected of all kamikazes, even if they had strong personal reservations. From their writings, it's clear these men were desperately searching for the reason they were sacrificing their lives. Am I simply to die without giving meaning to my life? Why must we fight? We no longer have any purpose for fighting. Even military high command was grasping at straws. Just before the first planned kamikaze attack, Admiral Onishi gave the following speech: "Japan is in grave danger. The salvation of our country is now beyond the power of the ministers of state, the general staff, and lowly commanders like myself. It can only come from spirited young men such as you. Thus, I ask of you this sacrifice and pray for your success." On October 25, 1944, the aforementioned Seki led the first kamikaze attack. One plane in his unit succeeded in sinking the escort carrier USS St. Lo. Perhaps this proved the concept for Admiral Onishi and his colleagues. Many more suicide missions were to come. Beneath the waves, a different sort of kamikaze attack was at work. Kaiten torpedoes honed in on their targets driven by human pilots. The Kaiten was an adaptation of the remarkably successful Japanese Type 93 torpedo. Its designers had essentially cut the torpedo in half and added a pilot's compartment in the middle. They also fitted the Kaiten with steering controls and a periscope. Development was fraught with issues. One of the Type 1 Kaiten's chief designers, Lieutenant Hiroshi Kuroki, asphyxiated when the torpedo he was test piloting sank and became stuck in the mud. Before running out of air, he identified the mechanical defect and scrawled a note detailing its fix. Despite not being at fault, he also apologized for sinking one of the Emperor's watercraft. The later model, the Type 2, was marginally more reliable. It could submerge in up to 100 meters of water and had a maximum range of 83 kilometers. But this was rarely seen in practice. The Kaiten was unstable at sea and difficult to launch in rough conditions. Ships and submarines had to be modified to carry it, which compromised both their speed and maneuverability with disastrous results. No less than 8 submarines carrying Kaiten into battle were sunk, with all hands trying to launch them, a combined loss of 846 men. Despite a human pilot, the Kaiten was actually less successful than the standard Japanese naval torpedo and much more expensive to produce. Only 2 US ships were definitely sunk by Kaitens during the war. Torpedoes weren't the only munition that the Japanese put a pilot inside. They also put young men inside rockets. This idea came from Ensign Mitsuo Ota and a consortium of students from the University of Tokyo. Like all Japanese suicide craft, both the designers and pilots were young. Too young, far younger than the average Japanese sailor or foot-slogging grunt. Ota and his colleagues designed several prototype human-guided rockets, but only the Type 11 saw service. This aircraft was towed to its target on the belly of a Mitsubishi G4 Mbedi twin-engine bomber. When near enough to the target, the Oka would detach and accelerate to lightning-fast speeds by means of 3 solid fuel rockets. Speed allowed it to penetrate enemy defenses and inflict massive casualties on enemy shipping. At least, that was the theory. In reality, the Oka, which US forces dubbed Baka bombs, didn't live up to the hype. They were deployed very late in the war when the US Navy was battle-hardened and its sailors very experienced. They knew the value of anti-aircraft defense, especially when it came to kamikaze attacks. US Navy task groups expanded their highly effective defensive ring system outwards and focused on destroying the Okas before they got to the combat zone, when they were attached to the Beddies and helpless. Scores of Okas were also lost when the US submarines Archerfish and Redfish sank the Japanese carriers Shinano and Unryu. 74 Okas were deployed during the war, and 56 meant their ultimate end, along with their pilots, in fiery explosions. Okas sank 2 smaller ships in the Sea Battle of Okinawa in April 1945. They made a negligible impact on the war, but led many a bomber crew to their deaths. If planes, torpedoes, and rockets weren't enough, Imperial Japan also turned motorboats into suicide craft. These were called shinyo. In May 1944, shinyo boats went into mass production. They were originally intended to be made from steel, but due to shortages, were actually built with wood. They were powered by third-rate car engines and carried a 300-kilo bomb in the nose. The one-man Shinyo Class 1 displaced just 1 ton and measured 5 feet long, while the two-man variant, the Class 5, was double this. 6,000 Shinyo boats were built during the war, and 150 pilots, whose average age was just 17, were ordered to drive them. Like their compatriots piloting kamikaze planes, torpedoes, and rockets, they were mostly students recruited straight from school or university. The Imperial Japanese Army also experimented with boats of this kind, but decided against using them for suicide missions. The Navy had no such qualms. Shinyo sank 3 US landing boats off Luzon in the Philippines and another one off Okinawa. Many more attacks were launched, but these were largely unsuccessful. US forces soon developed countermeasures against suicide motorboats, and once they had, Shinyo became sitting ducks in open water. As resources dwindled and the Allies encroached on the home islands, the Imperial Japanese Navy had to find even more creative ways to sacrifice their own men. One idea they came up with was the Fukuryu program. Officials planned for 6,000 men to be equipped with specially made diving suits and trained as underwater guerrillas. These men would deploy from secret underwater foxholes and march for up to 10 hours totally submerged. They would travel underwater to a predetermined point roughly 5 meters below the surface. Here, they would lie in wait. Each man was equipped with a single weapon, a bamboo pole with a contact-triggered mine fixed to the end. He was to crouch on the seabed, then leap upwards once a US landing craft sped across the surface. After thrusting his pole into the landing craft's soft underbelly, the mine would detonate and kill the frogmen as well as the vessel's occupants. 2 battalions of these kamikaze frogmen were trained and deployed to Yokosuka Naval Base in preparation for the coming Allied invasion, but only one was fully equipped. Rubber for diving suits was scarce, and their production was further hampered by a lack of workers and suitable machinery. In the end, the Fukuryu were never sent on their suicide missions. The atomic bombing of Japan forced the government to its knees without a costly invasion. Kamikaze. Regardless of whether you speak Japanese or not, you know what this word means. It's the name given to the series of aerial suicide attacks that rained down on Allied forces in the final months of the Second World War. But don't we know all this already? There are a number of misconceptions abounding kamikaze attacks and around other suicide attacks during the conflict. In this video, we're going to be looking at this more closely and asking the key question: just how effective were suicide attacks in World War II truly? Come back with your shield, the saying goes, or on it. Plutarch recorded this utterance in his writing, later collected in the Moralis, attributing it to Spartan mothers sending their sons into battle. There are plenty of practical interpretations of what this meant. In the phalanx formation, the hoplon shield not only protected the soldier carrying it, but also the man to his left, so retaining your shield meant maintaining the integrity of the whole unit. Indeed, Plutarch himself quoted the Spartan king Demaratos, who stated that the shield is for the common good of all. But there's a deeper meaning here too. The implication that there are worse fates than death, and there are things more important than personal safety. While the Spartan martial doctrine was not really one of suicide, there was certainly a glory in death on the battlefield, and a shame in returning having cast away your shield in the face of the enemy. This idea is echoed throughout history. Centuries later, Icelandic poet Snorri Sturluson described how only warriors who died in battle could ascend to Valhalla. Other sources suggest that this was only one of the ways to reach Valhalla, but the message is the same. It's good to be hacked to bits on the battlefield, and only cowards want to die peacefully in their beds. A higher calling, a more noble truth. This is what underpins the development of suicide attacks. From Viking warriors to Al-Qaeda bombers, religion has often played a part. If you believe in a holy reward for your actions, it's a lot easier to lay down your life. Preservation of national character is also important. The Spartans were renowned for their toughness and bravery, and their fighting reflected this. Japanese soldiers in World War II were expected to put honor and country above their own lives, and relatively few allowed themselves to be taken prisoner as a result. Ideology is another key factor. From human wave attacks by the communist Chinese troops in the Korean War, to Soviet pilots intentionally colliding with their adversaries during the Second World War, soldiers have shown themselves willing to accept a high likelihood of death when driven by a strong sense of social good. Methods and means have changed throughout the centuries, but there's a core thread that runs through all of these instances. A suicide attack is not simply a suicide, a way of ending life. It's supposed to serve some sort of purpose. It's supposed to bring victory even after the individual soldiers themselves have departed this world. Beginning in October 1944 and continuing for the remainder of the war, Japanese Kamikaze, or Divine Wind, attacks are the most famous suicide operations in the history of the Second World War and potentially of all time. The aircraft of the Kamikaze was straightforward. The pilot needed only to be able to take off, fly the plane to his target, and fly directly at his target, then release the explosive ordnance just before impact. As the planes were deployed late in the war, resources were at a premium, as so aircraft like the Nakajima Ki-115 Tsurugi, or Sabre, were designed using wood with small amounts of steel and rubber. The craft was compatible with a variety of different engines, so the Japanese command began using up their stockpiles of obsolete units. A radio and instrument panel were on board, but the cabin was basic compared to other Japanese planes, and the landing gear was designed to be jettisoned. These planes and their pilots weren't supposed to be coming back. The image of a warplane droning out of the sky, arcing down toward an enemy ship, and exploding in a final blaze of glory is an evocative one, but it also leans heavily on a common mythology of the Second World War. The mythology of the Japanese soldier as an apathetic automation focused only on killing and defending the emperor. Of course, this is not true. Kamikaze pilots were human beings with thoughts, fears, and apprehensions. Being selected as a kamikaze was an honor, but it was a complicated one. I could no longer avoid this fate, Keiichi Kuwahara, aged 91, told the BBC in 2017. I was flying, thinking today would be my last day alive. That's when I heard the engine making some strange noise, generating black smoke. This is what I had hoped for. I was happy I could return alive, but I was also scared of what people would think of me. Those who died for the country were heroes, Kuwahara continued, but looking back now, they could have had a fulfilling life like I did after the war. What they were asked to do shouldn't have been allowed. Kuwahara was not the only kamikaze pilot to live to tell the tale and to discuss his own emotional and psychological state on being selected for such a mission. I felt the blood drain from my face, Takehiko Ena, aged 92, said in an interview with the Guardian newspaper in 2015. The other pilots and I congratulated each other when the order came through that we were going to attack. It sounds strange now, as there was nothing to celebrate. On the surface, we were doing it for our country. We made ourselves believe we had chosen to make this sacrifice. I just wanted to protect the father and mother I loved, and we were all scared. Ena made 3 attempts at kamikaze raids, and engine trouble kept him alive all 3 times. The final attempt saw him stranded on Kuroshima Island for 3 months before he was rescued, by which time the war was almost over. But the majority of kamikazes never came home. Around 4,000 kamikaze pilots died in World War II, most aged between 17 and 24. One of the big misconceptions of World War II is that only the Japanese kamikaze carried out suicide attacks. This plays into the commonly held beliefs about the Japanese forces during the Second World War, and it neglects something very important. No matter how much of a psychological and military advantage you might achieve from a suicide attack, it's generally going to be a last resort. Basically, you don't do it unless you're desperate. In April of 1945, few nations were more desperate than Nazi Germany. The final attempt at a breakout on the Ardennes had failed, and the Allies were now putting the screws to Germany from all directions. It was nearly over. All was lost. But the fighting continued. On April 7th, 1945, around 1,300 US Air Force B-17 Flying Fortresses and B-24 Liberators set off with a grimly familiar objective: to pound the factories and rail switches that kept a fading Germany on life support. Just after midday, the expected happened. German fighters appeared, ready to do what they could to defend their homeland. The US gunners manned their arms and prepared for another fight in the sky. This time though, it was different. The Luftwaffe planes did not assume their usual fighting positions. Instead, they came directly at the American aircraft. And they came, and they kept coming. By the time the Americans realized what was going on, it was too late. Maneuvering the lumbering bombers out of the way was impossible, and the sickening noise of planes slamming into planes filled the sky. In the end, up to 15 of the bombers were destroyed by the Luftwaffe suicide attack. Barely a dent in the overall fighting force that afternoon, but the surviving bomber crews were horrified by what they had witnessed. So what had they witnessed? Exactly what had transpired was an attack by the Sonderkommando Elbe, a German squadron trained to ram enemy planes out of the sky. With the Allies closing in, the Luftwaffe was resorting to increasingly desperate measures to repel the invaders. Sonderkommando was not the only unit of this type among the Luftwaffe ranks. 10 days later, German planes under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Heiner Langer began smashing into bridges held by the Soviet Union on the Oder River. For 3 days, from April 17th to April 20th, 1945, the so-called Leonidas Squadron, named for the indomitable Spartan king and for his warriors at the Battle of Thermopylae, hit target after target on the Oder. Historians disagree over just how successful these missions were, but Lieutenant Colonel Langer and his men kept at it until the Red Army reached their base at Jüterbog. In fact, similar tactics were deployed by all sides at one point or another during the war. Soviet female ace Yekaterina Ivanovna Zelenko reportedly perished in a suicidal aerial ramming attack. Although there's some controversy over whether or not this attack actually occurred, the tactic was certainly deployed by the USSR's pilots. The British Royal Air Force deployed aerial ramming techniques during the Battle of Britain in 1940. While these weren't necessarily suicide attacks, the risky maneuver was generally considered a last-ditch defensive technique and often resulted in the deaths of pilots, such as Sergeant Bruce Hancock, who was killed after intentionally smashing his Avro Anson into a Heinkel HE-111 on August 18, 1940. Aerial ramming was a reported tactic for some French, Greek, Bulgarian, and American pilots, although in most cases, the pilot survived. While certainly a dangerous tactic with a high risk of death, these weren't really suicide attacks. Let's start this analysis with a few straightforward observations. Japanese kamikaze attacks began on October 25, 1944 at the Battle of Leyte Gulf, one of the largest, if not the largest, naval engagements in history. Captain Motoharu Okamura, who commanded a kamikaze squadron, had this to say: "I firmly believe that the only way to swing the war in our favor is to resort to crash dive attacks with our planes. There's no other way. Provide me with 300 planes and I'll turn the tide of war." Okamura and others like him did not turn the tide of war. Leyte Gulf was lost only a day later. Kamikaze attacks continued as the Japanese grew increasingly desperate, but there were no major Japanese victories for the remainder of the conflict. Okamura himself would die by suicide, but his suicide would come via the barrel of a gun in July 1948. Sonderkommando Elbe may have taken down as many as 15 enemy planes on April 7, 1945, or the number may have been as low as 8. 28 bombers were shot down by more conventional means that afternoon. But still, the raid went ahead, German infrastructure was still pummeled, and the Nazi regime would fall for good just a month later. It's essentially the same story for Leonidas. Targets were hit, and the suicide actions undoubtedly struck terror into the hearts of the enemy, but the Soviets were still able to run supplies and men across the river, and soon threatened to overrun the squadron's position. In none of the above cases, Japanese or German, do we find a tactical advantage. But perhaps this is looking at things the wrong way. By the time the Japanese and the Germans were systematically using suicide tactics, the war was in its final throes. Nazi Germany was only a month from destruction by the time they began their suicidal strikes. Japan went about it for a little longer, but the victor of the struggle was already decided by October 1944, and all that remained was a drawn-out attritional campaign toward the Japanese home islands. The fact that these approaches were not ultimately successful is unsurprising. These were the last rolls of the dice, after all. They were not expected to be successful. Maybe we should be instead asking, could they have been successful? For the German Leonidas and Elba units, we can be confident in saying no. It was already too late by this point, and no amount of young pilots dying in a blaze of perceived glory was going to change this. For Japan, however, it's a little more complex. By 1944, though things were going badly for the Japanese military machine, the fleet of the Imperial Japanese Navy, or IJN, was still largely intact. The empire could still draw upon a significant number of vessels, including many of the capital ships that delivered a significant military threat. The problem was, whatever they could throw at the Americans could throw more back their way. The attempt to knock out the American Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor in 1941 had been a failure, and the vast manufacturing resources of the United States meant their military power grew rather than shrank. Furthermore, many of Japan's most capable pilots had been killed in action in the first 2 years of the war, and with an inferior pilot training program to the Allies, the skill gap between the IJN and the USN flipped heavily in favor of the US Navy. From America's entry into the war to the final months of the conflict, the total number of US Navy battleships grew from 17 to 23. Cruiser numbers expanded from 37 to 72, destroyers from 171 to 377, and submarines from 112 to 232. The United States had 0 frigates or amphibious vehicles in 1941, but had 361 and 2,547 respectively by 1945. And then there were the carriers. The 7 fleet carriers of 1941 expanded to 28 by 1945, while the US's lone escort carrier in 1941 had been joined by an astonishing 70 more 4 years later. The United States had a floating megaforce capable of launching aerial strikes and landing enormous numbers of ground troops, as well as fighting at sea. They were basically the whole package. The IJN was up against it. Desperate situations, it could be argued, call for desperate measures. A single, well-executed kamikaze attack could knock out a carrier, and this did happen. Today, the escort carrier USS St. Lo sits on the seabed, perched on the edge of the Philippine Trench, after she was sunk by kamikazes on October 25, 1944. While most carriers could be repaired after a kamikaze strike, this shows us the danger these tactics represented for the American fleet, especially for smaller, less protected warships. What's more, kamikaze tactics were more sophisticated than many realize. The Japanese would target radar pickets, blinding the American defenders ahead of a strike. Later in the war, they used electronic countermeasures such as flurries of metal strips that would confuse enemy radar, allowing more kamikazes to reach their objectives. Did Japan's suicide tactics work? No, not really. Was this a military blunder on the part of the Japanese? Also no. The attacks could have worked, and in some cases, they did achieve small tactical gains. Suicide attacks, like the famous kamikaze raids as well as other examples, are not designed to simply destroy enemy personnel and material. They're designed to have profound psychological impact too. Soldiers work so hard to keep themselves alive, when they're suddenly presented with an enemy who apparently shows no fear of death and will actively seek death in an effort to injure their enemy, a deep emotional response is to be expected. Studies have found significant levels of PTSD in sailors who survived kamikaze attacks. Up to 44% of a sample of those who survived in an attack during the Battle of Okinawa in 1945 were found to have significant, lifelong stress reactions as a result. While PTSD is common in those who fought in World War II and in any war, it does seem to be more prevalent in those who faced a kamikaze attack. Another study on sailors who served on the USS Emmons found that those who had been present during the kamikaze assault found it more difficult to adjust to civilian life after the war. But suicide attacks take a heavy toll on those who send the planes too. Such extreme operations do not exactly suggest that all is well with the war effort, and the waves of young Japanese men sent out to die in aerial explosive coffins inflicted an immense national trauma on Japan that the country took many years to recover from. Okamura wasn't the only kamikaze commander to take his own life either. Vice Admiral Takejiro Onishi, also known as the father of the kamikaze, killed himself at the war's end, leaving a note which claimed he wished to atone for all those he sent to die. Kamikaze attacks and other suicide operations are such unnatural acts that they cannot fail but leave far-reaching psychological scars on those left behind. Be resolved that honor is heavier than the mountains, wrote Yasuo Kurihara in his book Kamikaze, and death lighter than the feather. The veracity of Kurihara's account has been called into question. This quote remains an interesting one. Its poetry, its philosophy, and its seeming disregard for personal safety and life for a higher, more amorphous concept like honor have helped to shape our view of kamikaze suicide attacks in the years since the war. But as we've already seen, this view is largely false. The quotes from surviving pilots display a complicated mix of emotions. A vague pride at serving their nation, their people, and their family, coupled with a very, very real and very, very understandable fear of violent death. So where does this leave us in terms of the morality of suicide tactics? By most common definitions of morality, these tactics are ethically suspect at best. Convincing a soldier to put their life at risk is one thing, convincing them to willfully throw that life away, backed by the lofty ethical frameworks of religion, nationalism, and martial duty, is quite another. There were thousands of kamikaze pilots during the war, and there have been countless instances of suicidal attacks throughout military history. It seems likely that some of these fighters were totally up for it, ready to give their lives for a cause that they deemed truly worthy. On the other hand, it's just as likely that most were terrified, uncertain, and regretful of their decision in those awful final moments. Another quote from Kurihara's book goes like this: "Seek only to preserve life, your own and those of others. Life alone is sacred." This feels like it gets a little closer to the truth of what many kamikaze pilots would have felt when they were awarded the dubious honor of dying for the imperial cause. Kamikaze attacks were not mythology. They were very much a real threat. The sunken ships, dead sailors, thousands of lost Japanese pilots, and the psychological trauma for all concerned are evidence of this. But as we've discussed, they did contribute to much of the damaging mythology of Japan during World War II. A nation of killing machines, ready to die for a god emperor, not bothered by the idea of taking lives and losing their own in the process. This was how Japan was perceived by the outside world, and this was a fiction that haunted Japan for decades after the war. Today, Japan is known for its friendly population, its surging economy, and its extremely low crime rate. The idea of the kamikaze, while loosely tied to ideas of honor and tradition that are very important to this day in Japan, was a hindrance to the country's post-war rebirth and success. But not everyone thinks like this. In an interview with the BBC conducted in 2017, a young Japanese man named Shunpei described kamikaze pilots as heroic. His older brother, Takumi, was surprised. "Heroic?" he asked. "I didn't realize you were so right-wing." It might seem strange to talk about something like kamikaze in these terms, but this did become a political reality in Japan in the late 20th century. By the 1990s, right-leaning nationalist groups set out to reframe Japan's wartime story and its imperial history in more positive terms. Kamikaze was certainly part of this, as it was emblematic of the honor codes ingrained into Japan's long feudal history. Fresh battle lines were drawn on Japan's culture and history. Left-leaning Japanese people favored the view that Japan had been wrong to prosecute the war in the way it did, while right-leaning individuals saw great value in the honor and tradition of the imperial Japanese forces. Perhaps this posturing is all a little unfair to the pilots themselves. It's difficult to describe the pilots who flew those missions as anything other than heroic. While the practice of kamikaze is morally dubious, the pilots that manned the planes were willing to lay down their lives for a cause they believed in, for country, for family, and for honor. Irrational and stupid were two of the other words used by interviewees in 2017. Perhaps this sort of judgment is best reserved for the decision makers, those who sent these young men to almost certain death rather than those idealistic young men themselves. What was Japan's aim for the kamikaze campaigns? If all had gone to plan, perhaps they thought they could knock out key US Navy carriers and hobble American designs on the Japanese home islands. While this may have been possible, they'd have had to knock out 28 fleet carriers and 71 escort carriers to achieve this. Also, missions like the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings did not launch from carriers at all, but from the North Field Base in the Marianas. The US could still strike Japan even without their carriers. Maybe the plan was to traumatize the Americans so much that they would give up the fight altogether. Possibly. Kamikaze attacks were certainly horrifying for those who witnessed them. But American troops had gone through horrific traumas right across the Pacific, losing tens of thousands of men. Would the American command be content to just give it all up and endure all that suffering for nothing? Probably not. And then there are the resources. Each kamikaze attack, successful or otherwise, meant the loss of planes and men. Even when recycling obsolete engines, there were only so many of those planes and only a finite number of men. Japan could not do this forever. While Japan's suicide squadrons were more effective than those of Nazi Germany, it was still a final, desperate roll of the dice. In the end, the human cost, the national trauma, and the unpredictable results of suicide tactics meant the operations simply were not worth it, and they remain a tragic footnote in Japan's history. After Hitler took the coward's way out on April 30th, 1945, the Second World War continued for over 3 months. German resistance collapsed fairly quickly, but in the east, Imperial Japan was digging in for the long haul. This is the story of the planned defense of the Japanese home islands, which would have been the largest and most costly operation of the entire war. The Allies had spent 5.5 years gradually pushing the Japanese back toward the home islands. Every campaign, every island hop, and every step had cost them tremendous amounts of sweat and blood. The Battle of Okinawa demonstrated that the Japanese were still utterly committed and would make the Allies pay for every meter of ground with a liter of blood. No one, save for a few scientists and the president, knew about America's atomic weapons. When they pictured the coming invasion, all they could see was an endless battle of attrition. Japan's mountainous geography meant that there were only 2 viable landing beaches in the entire country, one on the southern island of Kyushu and the other on the Kanto Plain next to Tokyo. The Japanese knew this just as well as the Allies, giving them a key strategic advantage. They may not have known when, but they certainly knew where the Allies were coming. The Allied invasion plan was codenamed Downfall and was split into 2 phases, Operation Olympic in Kyushu and Operation Coronet on the Kanto Plain. Since the Japanese were sure to throw everything they had into the defense of these 2 zones, the Allies were forced to resort to the crudest method of waging war: sheer numbers. As part of Operation Olympic, the Allies would have to assemble the largest armada the world had ever seen: 24 battleships, 42 aircraft carriers, and 400 destroyers would escort 14 infantry divisions to the beachhead. In the skies, this gargantuan force was supported by no less than 1,000 B-29s of the 20th Air Force. The invasion would have to be the largest military operation ever seen, and that was just phase 1. The Allies, and especially the Americans, had raised the stakes far higher than Japan could have fought. Where any other country would have folded and acquiesced to surrender, Japan went all in. Their plan was simple as it was horrific: cause such devastation to both themselves and the invaders that the Allies would be forced to accept Japanese conditions of surrender. They hoped that when the bodies of 1 million servicemen came home to the United States, the war-weary populace would demand the president let the Japanese imperial family off the hook, even though US propagandists had branded them war criminals. What were the Japanese admirals and generals willing to sacrifice to see this goal achieved? Everything, starting with the entire civilian population. So-called volunteer fighting corps were established across the country by government officers. All males aged between 15 and 60, all females aged between 17 and 50 were conscripted into these militia units. 28 million civilians were considered combat capable, but only 2 million were properly organized. None had uniforms or equipment, and they were armed with whatever they could find. The lucky ones were given swords, bows, long knives, or Molotov cocktails. The unlucky ones were made to do with sticks and other bits of wood. Yokiko Kasai, a high school girl mobilized as part of this so-called volunteer force, was given a dressmaker's awl and told, "Even killing one American soldier will do. You must aim for the abdomen." Japanese High Command planned for these stick-wielding units of high school girls and frail old men to act as a second line of defense behind the soldiers and sailors. They were supposed to throw their lives away as part of a campaign for the glorious death of 100 million. Remember, this was all to prevent Hirohito and his mates from being tried for war crimes. And these civilians would have likely seen action, as the first line of defense was, essentially, a gigantic kamikaze mission. When it became clear Japan was losing the war, the Army and Navy began pulling their aircraft back to the home islands. Every single plane, including trainers and air transports, was lifted out for kamikaze attack. By the end of June 1945, 10,000 kamikaze planes were ready. They were loaded with the minimum amount of fuel required for the pilots to get them to the landing beaches. From there, the pilots were trained to recognize landing craft as their primary targets. By this point in the war, most of Japan's experienced pilots had been killed, so it was left to the young and inexperienced to lead the kamikaze attack. Generals, safe in their bunkers, planned to order teenage boys to sacrifice themselves in the hope that they might sink enough transports to make the Allies temporarily call off the attack. But it didn't stop there. Beneath the waves, legions of suicidal frogmen waited to strike. Called Fukuryo by the Japanese Navy, these frogmen were equipped with a diving suit and a small mine on the end of a bamboo pole. They would deploy from submerged bunkers and walk toward the landing craft underwater. They were fed through tubes that provided liquefied food and carried enough air for several hours of operation. When the craft passed overhead, they were thrust to their pole upwards, detonating the mine and putting the boat out of action. The explosion would also kill the diver. The Navy planned to deploy 6,000 Fukuryu, but by mid-August, only 1,000 diving suits were available. Alongside the Fukuryu, the Navy also deployed 120 Kaiten manned torpedoes and 2,412 kamikaze motorboats. The crew of these boats were also ordered to target the landing craft rather than the destroyer escorts to cause maximum casualties. Crew for the manned torpedoes and kamikaze motorboats were supposed to be volunteers, but this was rarely the case. Like their brothers in the skies, most were volunteered by their commanders or shamed into volunteering by political officers. Behind the screen of kamikaze aircraft, Fukuryu divers and suicide boats, Japanese soldiers and sailors stood ready to defend the beaches. They were armed with a vast assortment of weapons, which included captured Lee Enfield rifles from the fall of Singapore and German Karabiner 98s taken from the Chinese. When no weapons were available, conscripts were issued with a national simplified rifle. This was nothing more than a block of wood with a notch carved into the top where a bolt action and smoothbore barrel were clumsily tied down. This weapon usually had no sights and was single shot. Its designs were produced by the Japanese War Office and distributed to small-scale workshops around the country, meaning no two national simplified rifles were the same. Some were chambered with pistol cartridges while others used rifle ammunition. Some didn't even use bullets, relying on a matchlock or percussion cap mechanism and a black powder charge. These were the weapons Japanese soldiers and sailors would wield against American semi-automatic M1 Garands, M1 carbines, and Thompson SMGs. It was never formalized, but even Emperor Hirohito himself admitted that the battles on the landing beaches would define the entire Allied invasion. All of the Army and Navy's strength, as well as virtually all of its ammunition, was concentrated at Kyushu and Kanto Plain. There could be no second wave of kamikaze attacks, and with the civilians armed and ready behind the soldiers and sailors, there was no one to work in the factories to produce more weapons or ammunition. The battle on the beach would have been all or nothing. Casualty predictions varied considerably, with some studies expecting losses of up to 4 million Americans and upwards of 10 million Japanese civilian casualties. Thankfully, it was not meant to be. On August 15th, a week after the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Emperor Hirohito stepped in. On the advice of the Prime Minister and going against the interests of the Army and Navy, Hirohito unconditionally surrendered Japan to the Allies. In his surrender speech, he described atomic weapons as most cruel and highlighted they could take the toll of many innocent lives. All this from a man who was prepared to send schoolgirls to the front lines armed with sewing needles, and who would sell the lives of 100 million people to save his own skin.
The first air fleet of the Japanese Navy, also known as the Kido Butai, was deployed to take care of the most significant threat the Japanese faced in the Pacific: the US Pacific Fleet. It played a major role in the attack on Pearl Harbor and consequently put itself right in the center of the US military's spotlight. The US Navy sought its revenge in the Battle of Midway, which took place between the 3rd and the 6th of June 1942. Midway is a small atoll in the Hawaiian archipelago and was absolutely vital during the war. This was because it was an ideal location for refueling planes on trans-Pacific flights. For this reason, among others, a Marshal Admiral of the Japanese Navy, Isoroku Yamamoto, devised a plan to lure US naval aircraft carriers to the island, where they could sink them and subsequently take control of the island. They planned to send Kido Butai units to fulfill this objective, along with 4 other fleets. In the Kido Butai alone, there would be 4 fleet carriers: Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu, all of which had participated in the attack on Pearl Harbor. Unbeknownst to the Japanese, the Americans had recently broken the Japanese naval code and became aware of the impending attack. They quickly mobilized to catch the Japanese force off guard and sink the very fleet that had sunk theirs months earlier. The US Navy sent 3 fleet carriers, 7 heavy cruisers, 15 destroyers, 16 submarines, and 360 aircraft, far outweighing the Japanese force. US dive bombers attacked on June 4th. While the first wave was struck down by the Japanese, the next wave sunk the carriers Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu. The remaining carrier, Hiryu, launched a counterattack that sunk the US carrier Yorktown. That didn't kill the American spirit, however. A follow-up wave of bombers quickly sunk the Hiryu. Just like that, the Kido Butai lost nearly half of its carriers. The battle continued for 2 more days, but there was little the Japanese could do. Not only were 4 of their carriers below the waves, they also lost almost 300 aircraft, a heavy cruiser, and as many as 3,000 men, 200 of which were some of Japan's best pilots. By comparison, the US lost 1 carrier, 1 destroyer, 145 aircraft, and around 360 men. The American gamble to launch a sneak attack paid off, without a doubt.
Speaking of dense vegetation, among the very worst terrains you can possibly imagine are tropical jungles. Thick jungles make large-scale movements and vehicular transport virtually impossible. The heat and humidity can drain soldiers of their fluids and exhaust them. With stagnant puddles and ever-present mud, jungles are breeding grounds for insects and disease. The trees can provide cover, but this goes for the enemy too, making ambushes a serious issue. The Kokoda Track campaign, fought mostly between the Aussies and Japanese in Papua New Guinea, illustrated the horrors of jungle warfare pretty well. While 625 Australians lost their lives on the Kokoda Track, a further 4,000 became casualties of tropical disease. Malaria was the big one, but soldiers suffered dengue fever, beriberi, scrub typhus, tropical ulcers, and dysentery, among a range of other terrible afflictions. While we don't know exactly how many Japanese succumbed to disease, they copped it even harder than the Aussies due to limited food, limited medicine, and poor sanitation. According to a journal article researcher, Stephen Bullard, of the 13,000 Japanese soldiers who died during the campaigns in Papua New Guinea in 1942 and 1943, more perished from sickness and disease than from battle. There was also evidence that the Japanese resorted to cannibalism to make up for their dismal supplies. Overall, in the words of Australian veteran Alan Kanga Moore, it was a terrible place. We and the Japanese were both living in disgusting conditions. Fighting a little closer to sea level, as in on a beach, is no easy thing either, especially for the side trying to land on said beach. Wading through the shallows and running on sand is difficult enough, let alone scaling coastal cliff faces concealing enemy positions. The Normandy landings are perhaps the most famous example of this, but the US Marine landings on Iwo Jima were horrible too. The Japanese forces defending that sulfur-reeking island had dug in deep and concealed their artillery emplacements in the mountain. Exiting their amphibious landing vehicles, the Marines trudged through soft volcanic ash up a steep shore, all without a peep from the enemy. When they had made it a way up the shore, the Japanese opened fire, ruining them with small arms, mortars, and artillery. Due to the composition of the ash and sand, the Marines couldn't dig in. As with the D-Day landings, they had nowhere to go but forward. Tanks and armored vehicles were similarly bogged down, sometimes just beyond the reach of the waves. In the words of historians Derek Wright and Gordon L. Rotman, Marines were trained to move rapidly forward. Here they could only plod. Many decided to dump their packs. The most important pieces of equipment at that moment were weapons and ammunition. And as per The Battle for Iwo Jima by Robert Leckie, shells screeched and crashed. Every hammock spat automatic fire, and the very soil underfoot erupted with hundreds of exploding landmines. There were few places to hide. Iwo's peculiar sands slid back into the foxholes and filled them in again. Unlike on modern roads, in World War II, the cyclists hit you. In all seriousness, bicycles were employed in many theatres throughout the war by both Allied and Axis infantry units, and to varying effect. The Japanese, however, managed to make bicycles terrifying, riding upon their enemies with bare metal rims and scaring them half to death before they had even started firing their guns. Slap on your spandex and get ready to flip off the car behind you, because in this video, we're pedaling alongside Japanese bicycle infantry units into the Second World War. Before we get into Japan's use of bicycles in the war, we have to ask the question, why would a military choose a bicycle over 2 legs, something with 4 legs, or something that runs on combustible fuel? Well, the answer to that is pretty simple. Bicycles are relatively cheap to produce, maintain, and propel, relatively easy to transport before deployment, and suited to a wide variety of terrains. Due to their size, bicycles don't need the clearance that, say, a Jeep might need, making them decent on narrow and unpaved tracks. They can also be lifted over difficult terrain, such as through a shallow water body, and cyclists can also take a break by walking alongside their 2-wheeled companion. In his book, Japanese Army in World War II, the South Pacific and New Guinea, 1942-43, Gordon L. Rotman wrote, Japanese troops would walk beside their bicycles for a short time each hour to exercise different leg muscles to prolong their endurance. Bikes are also decent at lugging equipment. In the jungle theatres of the Second World War, for instance, each Japanese infantry cyclist carried some 36 kilograms of gear, including 5 days' rations. Each British infantryman, on the other hand, carried only 18 kilos of gear. Lastly, bicycles are relatively quiet and fast, with early Japanese infantry units being capable of maintaining speeds of 16 to 24 kilometers per hour when necessary. Unlike horses and jeeps, bicycles are incapable of experiencing fear and psychological trauma as well. Of course, bicycles have their limitations too. While it might be cheaper to maintain a bicycle than a car, bicycles are still prone to damage and wear, and upkeep still takes resources and time. They also suck without inflated tires, or worse, without any tires at all. Firing a gun to any actual effect is difficult on a bike as well, and they offer just about zero protection as opposed to a truck, tank, or dragon square shield. Lastly, I can feel my butt aching just thinking about sitting on a bike, let alone riding it for days or weeks or months through the jungles of the Second World War. So, to what extent did the Japanese use bicycles during the war, and why were Japanese bicycle infantry units so terrifying? While Japan's use of bikes in its 1941 invasion of Malaya gets most of the spotlight, the Japanese were on two wheels long before the Second World War, including as far back as the mid-1920s and also in the Second Sino-Japanese War. During Japan's 1937 invasion of China, for instance, it's estimated that the nation deployed as many as 50,000 bicycle infantrymen. Back to World War II, they were deployed elsewhere in the Southeast Asian theatre, including in French Indochina, the Dutch East Indies, and the Philippines. As per Japanese Colonel Maobu Tsuji's book, Japan's Greatest Victory, Britain's Worst Defeat, Capture and Fall of Singapore 1942, the horses of the 5th and 18th Divisions of the 25th Army, which had been fighting in China, had become as well trained as their masters. When it was decided to use these units in the south, however, motor vehicles and bicycles were substituted for the horses. All who did not ride with the trucks rode bicycles. A division was equipped with roughly 500 motor vehicles and 6,000 bicycles. As a sort of side note, this quote basically dispels the myth that the Japanese commandeered bicycles from local populations, at least to any significant degree. They were evidently equipped with them prior to deployment, and the confusion may have come from the fact that, also according to Tsuji, the Japanese cyclists had Malayan, Chinese, and Indian locals carry their dismounted bicycles up to the front lines when they were ready to remount them and advance. And it was exactly the Japanese 5th and 18th Divisions which fought in the December 1941 Japanese invasion of Malaya and subsequent Malayan campaign, which was a disaster for the Allies, ultimately costing them Singapore, and a massive victory for Imperial Japan. As written in US Navy Reserve Lieutenant Commander Alan C. Heydrich's paper, Bicycle Blitzkrieg, influenced by the intense heat and impassable jungle, the Japanese used bicycles rather than horses. This allowed them to travel farther, faster, and with less fatigue. Due to the vast number of rivers on the Malay Peninsula and the British destroying more than 250 bridges during their retreat, bicycles allowed them to continue their advance, wading across the rivers carrying their bicycles on their shoulders. The British could not escape them. They were overtaken, driven off the paved roads into the jungle, and forced to surrender. The constant pressure and relentless pursuit was psychologically devastating to the defenders, a true blitzkrieg, Japanese style. The aforementioned Colonel Masanobu Tsuji supported Heydrich's claim, stating, "Even the long-legged Englishmen could not escape our troops on bicycles." Heydrich also argued, however, that the success of Japanese in Malaya was largely the result of British unpreparedness and inexperience, with their forces comprised primarily of Indian infantrymen under British officers incapable of communicating with their men and thus unable to inspire and command them. Either way, and despite their success, the campaign wasn't entirely a ride in the park for the Japanese. To abuse our buddy Tsuji, he wrote, "The greatest difficulty encountered was the excessive heat, owing to which the tires punctured easily. A bicycle repair squad was attached to every company, repairing about 20 machines a day. When time was pressing, the bicycles were ridden on the rims. When they were passing along a road, they made a noise resembling that of tanks." Tsuji also went on to say that, under the veil of night, British troops would often flee upon hearing this rattling, rolling cacophony advancing toward them. Beyond punctured tires, Japanese bicycle infantrymen were also just straight up outplayed by their opponents on more occasions than one. On the 14th of January 1942, for instance, the Australian 2/30th Battalion of the 27th Brigade blew up a bridge while a column of Japanese troops were crossing it, sending as many as 150 troops and many of their bicycles into the gorge below before opening fire on the rest of the unit and killing hundreds of them in this stage of the battle alone. While not in Malaya, some 300 Japanese bicycle infantrymen were riding the central Luzon Plain in the Philippines near the end of 1941 when they were hit by American armor and Filipino infantry. Taking heavy fire while they tried to turn their bikes to flee, 250 Japanese became casualties, with deaths accounting for all but a few of that number.
When the Imperial Japanese war machine advanced into the Pacific in December 1941, it was nothing new for the Chinese. They had already been fighting the Japanese for 4 years and trying to eject them from China for a further 6. Chinese people were beyond done with Japanese expansionism, and this included Chinese living overseas. When the sizable Chinese diaspora in Singapore found out their age-old enemy was on the way, they formed a volunteer unit to fight them. This is the story of Dal Force, or Dali's Desperados, the Chinese volunteers who fought tooth and nail against the Japanese in Singapore. Singapore has a long history of Chinese settlement, with 76% of the country's current population claiming Chinese ancestry. Some of these ancestors escaped to Singapore following the repeated Imperial Japanese invasions of China in the 1930s. This meant there was a ready supply of Japanese-hating Chinese men and women willing to take up arms and defend their homes. Just as divisions existed in China, divisions existed in the Chinese Singaporean diaspora, namely between nationalists who supported the incumbent Kuomintang government and communists who supported Mao, the future chairman of the Chinese Communist Party. Although these factions occasionally fought against each other back home, they got along well enough in Singapore. Since early 1940, Lieutenant Colonel John Daly of the Federated Malay States Police Force had pestered British officials in Singapore to incorporate a unit of Chinese volunteers into the British colonial garrison. He knew they would prove to be good fighters, but so did the high-ups, who worried what might happen if they armed the communists. On Christmas Day in 1941, they finally accepted Daly's proposition. Prominent Chinese businessman Tan Kah-Kee took charge of recruiting nationalist-aligned Chinese for his newly organized Singapore Chinese Mobilization Council. But after a glut of communist volunteers appeared, the colonial office permitted them to join too. They even released a few members of the Malayan Communist Party who had been imprisoned for terrorism so they could join the force. This motley unit was put under Daly's command and henceforth became known as Dal Force. Between 3,000 and 4,000 Chinese volunteered for service in Dal Force, but only 1,250 were trained before the Japanese invasion. They were organized into 8 companies of about 150 men and split along political lines. Nationalist companies generally got better equipment, all wore khaki uniforms and carried modern rifles as well as grenades. Each unit also had a Bren machine gun and plenty of ammunition. For the communists, it was a different story. They were to specialize in close assault and were each meant to be given a combat shotgun along with 7 cartridges and a bayonet, though this didn't always happen. Also, it was BYO uniform. Right from the outset, Dal Force's situation was desperate. After the lucky nationalist units were armed, there was little left for everyone else. Additionally, few British officers could be spared to train the volunteers. The situation took a turn for the worse when on February 5th, Japanese dive bombers attacked the supply ship RMS Empress of Asia, setting her ablaze. She carried vital weapons and equipment destined to arm the Dal Force fighters, but these never made it to Singapore. The volunteers had to make do with whatever they could scrounge. Frank Brewer, one of the British training officers, noted, "There weren't enough ordinary rifles to be handed out to them. I know one company had as many as 3 different types of sporting guns. This made it very difficult to try and teach the men how these things operate in a very short time." Many of the communist close assault units didn't even have the shotguns they were promised, and were instead armed with parangs they'd picked up at the market. Training lasted between 3 and 14 days. Volunteers were taught to shoot, take cover, and fight with bayonets. If they could hit the target, they passed the course and they were designated combat ready. When the media found out about Dal Force's desperate supply situation, they furnished them with a new nickname, Dali's Desperados. Of the 8 Dal Force companies, only 4 were combat ready when the Japanese invaded on February 8, 1942. Lieutenant General Percival, the overall British commander, believed the Japanese attack would come from Singapore's northeast and therefore placed Dal Force, his second-line troops, in the northwest. Dal Force Company No. 2 was stationed in the modern-day district of Lim Chu Kang. Percival got it wrong, and they faced the brunt of the initial Japanese attack. Fighting with shotguns, hunting rifles and bayonets, the communists of Dal Force Company No. 2 threw all their weight into delaying the Japanese advance. In front of them was General Yamashita's 15,000-strong Imperial Guards Division. They had no hope of victory against such a force, but the Chinese volunteers battled on anyway. After nearly 4 hours of hard fighting, Dal Force Company No. 2 retreated. They had suffered 60% casualties and had only one officer left. They retreated with a neighbouring Australian unit along Lim Chu Kang Road and swam across the Kranji tributary to take up position on Choa Chu Kang Road. They didn't need to worry about their ammo getting wet, as they had none left. Meanwhile, another Dal Force company was deployed at the Causeway alongside an Australian unit and an Indian unit. Rather than engage in battle directly, this company was ordered to act as scouts for the better equipped Australians and Indians. They were at the very front of Allied positions and were the first to engage the Imperial Guards Division as they crossed in rubber boats. Chu Kim Seng, a Dal Force veteran of the battle at the Causeway, remembered firing on the Japanese with his shotgun as they approached, while his comrades reported the Japanese movements. Further up the Johor Strait, oil was poured onto the water and left to float downstream to where the Japanese were crossing. While they engaged the Dal Force company on the shoreline, the oil was set alight and the fire incinerated Japanese boats. The Japanese were forced to fall back and regroup, and Yamashita considered postponing the attack at the Causeway to deal with the Imperial Guard's substantial losses. He didn't postpone it, however, and the Japanese continued to steamroll over the Allied defences. Due to their positions ahead of the Allied front line, Dal Force suffered higher than average casualties during the invasion, but they inflicted their fair share of casualties in return. At the strategically important Bukit Timah supply base, Captain Richardson regrouped the surviving members of Dal Force and formed them into a new unit designated D Company. These men had been baptized in blood and were fully committed to halting the relentless Japanese advance. D Company formed part of X Battalion, a scratch force comprising Australian, British and Indian soldiers pulled together to halt the Japanese on the Choa Chu Kang Road. It was here that Dali's desperados made their final stand. After running out of ammunition and facing a determined Japanese attack, the Chinese volunteers drew their knives and engaged the Japanese in hand-to-hand combat. Bayonets were crossed and katana met parang as Dal Force made one final effort to push the enemy back. A valiant effort, but the Japanese had far greater numbers. Those who weren't cut down were routed. Lieutenant General Percival surrendered Singapore to the Japanese on February 15th, but that wasn't the end of Dal Force's story. Isolated stragglers from the 4 frontline companies buried their weapons in secret caches around Singapore and posed as local Malays. While the Japanese were focused on mopping up operations, the communist fighters joined the underground Malayan People's Anti-Japanese Army. They were joined by untrained volunteers who had yet to see combat. The blooded ex-Dal Force volunteers became the nucleus of the prolonged insurgency against the Japanese in Singapore and Malaya. They remained a thorn in the enemy's side until the war's end. After the war, the returning British were eager to rapidly demobilize the guerrillas as they still saw communists as politically unreliable. No compensation was given to those who had continued the fight for roughly 4 years with the guerrillas. Angry at this slight, after their years of hardship, many Chinese communists joined ex-services associations, which would eventually form the core of the insurgency Commonwealth forces battled during the Malayan Emergency of 1948 to 1960. Dal Force has been frequently commemorated in Singapore as one of the most dedicated units to fight against the Japanese invasion. The founding father of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, described the unit in his memoirs as a legend, a name synonymous with bravery.
Before World War II,
The islands of the Philippines were governed by the Commonwealth of the Philippines in the process of gaining independence from the United States. As part of this process, under the National Defense Act of 1935 specifically, the Americans helped establish the armed forces of the Philippines and its army branch, the Philippine Army. Unfortunately, the Second World War broke out before the Philippines gained independence and before its military was properly ready, and just 10 hours after the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Japanese invaded Luzon, the largest of the Philippine Islands. The next day, the US Army forces in the Far East was forged, and under its command fell units of the Philippine Army, tasked with staving off the Japanese offensive. Crippled by Pearl Harbor, this joint American-Filipino force suffered disastrous defeats on the Bataan Peninsula and the island of Corregidor in April and May 1942. This was preceded by the flight of the Commonwealth government to the United States, where it operated in exile and marked the beginning of Japanese occupation. But the Philippine Army was by no means exterminated, and its fragments, led in many cases by USA, FFE, and other US officers, and aided in part by several non-US associated movements, formed hundreds of resistance and guerrilla units, killing their occupiers from the inside right up until Allies returned in full force in Operation Musketeer, launched in October 1944. Hopefully that set the scene for the rest of this video, in which we're going to discuss Filipino guerrilla units in the Second World War, a topic deserving of far more attention than it gets. Now, obviously, we're not going to cover hundreds of guerrilla units here, but we can mention a few, starting with those led, sponsored, or otherwise associated with USA FFE and other US officers and commands. In January 1942, US General Douglas MacArthur approved the formation of a guerrilla HQ in the Zambales Mountains on Luzon, headed by Major Claude Thorpe, who managed to pass through Japanese lines on Bataan and avoid capture. The force attached to this command was deemed the Luzon Guerrilla Force, or LGF, and one of its constituent forces was the West Luzon Guerrilla Force, led by US Army Captain Ralph Maguire before he was beheaded by Filipinos under his command. After Maguire's beheading, US Colonel Giles Merrill took charge, and under this man served Ramon Magsaysay, a Filipino who was commissioned as a captain and who ultimately commanded a guerrilla unit some 10,000 strong. Magsaysay played a vital role in clearing the Japanese from the coast of Zambales in the lead up to crucial Allied landings in Operation Musketeer. Surviving the war, Magsaysay used his experience in guerrilla warfare to fight communist guerrillas persisting in the Philippines, which we'll get to soon, and he then went on to become the 7th president of the Philippines in 1953, keeping close ties with the US and founding the Manila Pact of 1954. Another constituent of the LGF was the East Central Luzon Guerrilla Army, or ECLGA, led by US Major Edwin Ramsey, who grew the ECLGA to a force of almost 40,000 and made use of stolen and improvised weapons, constructing, in Ramsey's words, arms out of sawed-off pipes that were used as shotguns. The ECLGA also gathered intelligence and distributed counter-propaganda, aiming to keep the local Filipinos hopeful for an Allied counter-invasion and the end of Japanese occupation. US Army Reserve Lieutenant Robert Lapham served in the Philippine Scouts during the Japanese invasion. Evading capture, he first assisted the aforementioned US Major Claude Thorpe in a sabotage and recon mission at the Clark Air Base in Luzon, and then went to lead a guerrilla force of his own, the Luzon Guerrilla Armed Force, or LGAF, which was distinct from the LGF. By May 1945, the LGAF had grown to include more than 13,000 Filipinos and 79 air squadrons. Of note, the LGAF sabotaged Japanese positions in the lead-up to the Battle of Luzon in Operation Musketeer, and it also gathered vital intel which inspired Allied Special Forces to undertake the raid at Cabanatuan, in which more than 500 Allied POWs were freed from almost certain death at the hands of their Japanese captors. After the war, Lapham received the Distinguished Service Cross for his efforts in the Philippines, and during his guerrilla years, he was creeping around with a $1 million bounty on his head, placed there by the Japanese. In Lapham's words, most of the guerrilla leaders who died in the war were killed or captured in its first year. Lapham attributes the survival of those who weren't killed or captured to their ability to eliminate or chase off spies and collaborators, establish effective spy systems of their own, win the support and trust of civilians, and know when to hide out and when to show themselves. Filipino USA FFE captains Juan Pajota and Eduardo Johnson were trained in a camp near Cabanatuan City, and returning to the camp after withdrawing from Bataan in January 1942, they found it in the hands of the Japanese, who were using the camp to house Allied POWs. Yes, this is the very same Cabanatuan camp we just discussed. Forming a Filipino guerrilla unit under his own charge, but in league with Lieutenant Robert Lapham's LGAF, Pajota and Johnson assisted in the raid on Cabanatuan directly, working alongside US Army Rangers and Alamo Scouts. Pajota and Johnson's force, some 200 strong, used their intimate knowledge of the terrain and enemy activity, as well as their rapport with the locals, to provide the Rangers and Scouts with vital intel and tactics, pretty much preventing one straight-up suicidal offensive, suppressing their movements by persuading the locals to muzzle their dogs, and setting up roadblocks to rebound Japanese reinforcements camped over a nearby river, among other things. They even persuaded some locals to help transport escaped Allied POWs away in water buffalo carts, and the raid would likely have been a huge failure without these two Filipino USA FFE captains and the guerrillas under their charge. Another famed guerrilla unit was Philippine Military Academy cadet Terry Adavoso's Hunters ROTC. Before Japanese occupation, Adavoso and another 300 academy cadets were told they were too young to fight in the war and they were sent home from the academy. But Adavoso wouldn't have a bar of it, and he organized the cadets into a guerrilla unit which assisted USA FFE forces by providing intel and spreading propaganda, initially. After the Philippines fell, however, Adavoso and his hunters got a little bolder, banding together with other resistance groups to take out Japanese spies and ultimately carry out raids with seized weaponry. On the 24th of June 1944, the hunters raided the new Bilibid prison, and on the 23rd of February 1945, the unit positioned itself around the Japanese POW camp Los Baños and provided intel to the US 11th Airborne Division, assisting in the liberation of more than 2,000 Allied military personnel and civilians. The hunters also fought alongside the US Army in the devastating 1945 Battle of Manila, but these are just a few of the unit's many contributions. Now, as we've alluded to, not all Filipino guerrilla units were associated with the Americans, and some, like the aforementioned communist guerrillas, came into violent conflicts with US-associated guerrillas and military forces during and after the war. The Huk Balahap, or just the Huks, was a Philippine guerrilla movement founded partly on communist ideology. The armed forces of the Huks were led by Filipino Luis Taruk, who, with his vice commander, Castro Alejandrino, met with Claude Thorpe of the LGF. While they agreed to cooperate against a common enemy, the Huks were known for their attempts at derailing US-associated guerrilla operations. USAAC Staff Sergeant Ray Hunt led his own 3,000-strong guerrilla force in the Philippines, and he described the Huks as not above plundering and torturing ordinary Filipinos, and treacherous enemies of all other guerrillas. During the war, the Huks received little support from US-associated forces, but despite this, they boasted a strength of 15,000 by 1945. After the war, the Huks clashed with American forces returning to the Philippines, inciting a lengthy rebellion which was, as we said, brought to a halt in 1954 by ex-guerrilla warrior and 7th President of the Philippines, Ramon Magsaysay. Another non-US associated guerrilla force was the Wachi, which was composed of Chinese and Filipino-Chinese immigrants and founded from the Chinese General Labor Union of the Philippines and the Chinese Communist Party. The Wachi grew to a strength of around 700 throughout Japanese occupation and served under the Huks until 1943, after which it operated on its own. Like the Huks, the Wachi collaborated with US associated units against a common enemy. It's also worth mentioning that the Islamized Moro rebels of the Philippines fought their Japanese occupiers too, but they refused to cooperate with other guerrilla forces, going as far to straight up attack them, literally boasting about being at war with the Japanese, the Filipinos, and the Americans all at once. Sounds like a pretty fair fight to me. Overall though, more than 260,000 individuals fought in guerrilla forces in the Philippines during the Second World War, in some 277 separate units. Due to their efforts, the Japanese never truly occupied the Philippines, controlling only 12 of the island's 48 provinces before their home islands were nuked and they were forced to surrender. Without the sacrifices of these guerrillas, Operation Musketeer would very likely have fallen flat on its face, and many more people would have died before the end of the war.
Back in July 2020, we released a video on the Philippine resistance against Japan in the Second World War. That video was more of an overview. We didn't really go into the logistics of the Philippine resistance movement, which, with more than 7,000 islands composing the Philippine archipelago, was a bit of a nightmare. In this video, we're going to explore said logistics with the aid of a report prepared by the staff of American General Douglas MacArthur and released to the public after his death. Launching the invasion from Taiwan, the Japanese hit the beaches of the Philippines on the 9th of December 1941. Defending the archipelago was some 150,000 American and Filipino troops under the United States Army Forces in the Far East, or the USA FFE, the US Navy, and the Philippine Army. Douglas MacArthur was in charge of them all, and he ultimately failed to stave off the Japanese advance. After escaping to Australia, having been ordered to by President Roosevelt, MacArthur swore he would come back. In the general's words, "I came out of Bataan, and I shall return." And he did, eventually. But a whole lot happened in the Philippines in the meantime. The Japanese occupation was, as you might expect, brutal. After some 76,000 malnourished American and Filipino defenders surrendered in Bataan in April 1942, the Japanese subjected them to the infamous Bataan Death March, in which as many as 10,000 of them died. From 1941 to 1945, the Japanese raided and looted, raped local women and took them as sex slaves, conducted sadistic medical experiments on prisoners, and straight up butchered people in atrocities such as the Manila Massacre, in which some 100,000 civilians' lives were taken from them. With the American and Filipino forces dead, imprisoned, or scattered, the people took matters into their own hands, rising up against the Japanese in loose vigilante groups. As stated in MacArthur's report, the small vigilante groups that were formed soon banded together for greater strength and mutual protection, and they later combined forces with the unsurrendered soldiers of the United States and Philippine forces and provided the nucleus for the guerrilla resistance movement. Coordinating their efforts wasn't easy though. As per MacArthur's report, the island's topography was a tremendous handicap to any effective unification of strength. Isolated from each other and from the outside world, the guerrillas at first dissipated their efforts in uncoordinated raids against the enemy. These minor operations were generally fruitless and often did more harm than good, since they brought swift and severe retaliatory measures by the Japanese. Still, the Allies came to comprehend the fighting spirit of the Filipino guerrillas and would not let it go to waste. MacArthur's report divided the progression of the resistance movement into 3 distinct phases, punctuated by the general's return in 1944. In Phase 1, the joint American, Australian, British, and Dutch Allied Intelligence Bureau, or AIB, sat back, took a deep breath, and tried to figure out exactly what it had to work with and how to go about it. As we said, there are over 7,000 Philippine islands. The guerrillas were isolated physically and also in terms of radio communication. Just one radio station remained in operation after May 1942. This was located in Luzon and manned by the Philippine Army officer Guillermo Nakar. In August, the Japanese found Nakar and killed him, severing all communication with the outside world. If it wasn't for American officers, Captains William Osborne and Damon Gowes, who escaped over the sea to Australia, MacArthur would have been left totally in the dark. Learning that the Filipinos were standing up to their oppressors, the AIB set about installing an intelligence network so it could better understand the situation and coordinate future activities. According to MacArthur's report, solutions were worked out for the best methods of dispatching supplies and funds to the Philippines. Areas of responsibility were defined, and plans were made for communication channels to forward information to Australia. Then, the field operatives went in. On the 27th of December, Filipino Captain Jesus Villamor, along with 5 men, departed Australia on the submarine Gudgeon. A month later, they made radio contact from the Philippines. At around the same time, 2 men under the command of the unsurrendered American Colonel Wendell Fertig reached Australia and further enlightened the Allies of the situation in the Philippines. Fertig, who had become a guerrilla leader on the island of Mindanao, recommended that the Allies make a guerrilla base there, so they sent in American commander Charles Parsons to check it out. After he'd met with Fertig, Parsons continued throughout the Philippines to gather intel. In June 1943, Philippine Army Major Emigdio Cruz arrived in Australia from the US and then went on a clandestine mission in the Philippines at the behest of the exiled President of the Philippines, Manuel Quezon. If the Japanese had caught Cruz, they would have tortured him to death. And still, he traveled throughout the Philippines in various guises, gaining vital intel and ultimately receiving a Medal of Honor for his bravery. Thanks to men such as these, the intelligence network had a strong foundation, and MacArthur and the AIB had taken some major steps in support of the Philippine resistance movement. Of note, they had established basic radio communications and were ready to further improve their systems. They had transported military supplies and personnel to the islands via the US Navy, and they had grouped the Philippines' various guerrilla organizations into 3 main categories. This was how said categories were defined in MacArthur's report. Those built around a nucleus of unsurrendered United States and Philippine Army troops, those of purely local origin under the leadership of prominent civic personages or former constabulary, and those, like the Hukbalahaps, which were an outgrowth of pre-war semi-political organizations. There are also a few roving bands of the outlaw variety, which were motivated more by the lucrative prospects of brigandage. Now, Phase 2 could begin. By mid-1943, 2 major guerrilla leaders with whom MacArthur and the AIB worked were the aforementioned Fertig, who operated out of Mindanao, and Macario Peralta, a Filipino lieutenant colonel who operated out of Panay. Phase 2 was all about supporting these men and earning the loyalty of and supporting many other guerrilla leaders, so that they could consolidate resistance efforts in the Southern Islands and then in Luzon, where the Japanese were strongest. MacArthur wouldn't risk too direct of an approach, however. As per the report, MacArthur directed that his agents follow a policy of careful instruction without direct command interference, which might incur resentment. Guerrilla groups were cautioned to refrain from open warfare against Japanese troops. The collection, coordination, and transmission of useful intelligence were stressed as the most important contributions the guerrillas could make until the actual Allied invasion of the islands began. Before that time, all military operations were to be limited to strategic harassment, sabotage, and ambush. Throughout the latter half of 1943 and all of 1944, the resistance movement grew in all ways. The civil government and the locals coordinated with and made voluntary contributions to the guerrillas, who created their own currency and postal system. Agricultural production and distribution were ramped up, and the communications network swelled, with radio stations installed throughout most of the southern Philippines by the end of 1943. Cargo submarine landings increased throughout 1944 as well, with the US Navy unloading more and more military personnel and supplies. All of this was in preparation for MacArthur's liberation of the Philippines, which he launched in October 1944. In Phase 3, quote, "The guerrillas emerged from their hideouts to take their places in battle beside the advancing American divisions. Now, they could engage in open war." On the 20th, MacArthur marched onto a beach in Leyte, where the US 6th Army, aided by some 3,200 guerrillas under Filipino Colonel Ruperto Canglion, went toe-to-toe with the Japanese 14th Area Army, claiming victory in late December. According to the report, this was where the Filipino guerrilla and the American soldier first joined forces in battle. The report continued. Canglion's forces dynamited key bridges to block Japanese displacement toward the target area, harassed enemy patrols, and sabotaged supply and ammunition depots. The guerrillas also performed valuable service in maintaining public order and in keeping the roads and highways free of congestion. After the American beachheads were established, the Leyte guerrilla groups were attached directly to the 6th Army to assist in scouting, intelligence, and combat operations. By then, Fertig had some 38,000 guerrillas under his command on Mindanao. Working from the island's interior to its coast, these men undertook a number of offensives against the Japanese, capturing many of their bases, including the airfields at Dipolog, Labo, Lala, and Barob, before MacArthur's forces had a chance to. MacArthur's report also commented on the importance of Fertig's radio and intelligence network. It consisted of some 70 transmitter stations and an excellent and extensive Coast Watcher system that helped considerably in the planning of further operations against the Japanese. Something similar happened with Peralta's guerrillas on Panay. According to the report, when the US 40th Division went ashore on Panay in March 1945, Colonel Peralta's forces made a large contribution towards eliminating the Japanese. Even before the landings, his guerrillas had cleared the enemy from the outlying districts and had won possession of 9 airstrips in the northern and southern parts of the island. As for the northern island of Luzon, due to the high Japanese presence there, the guerrillas were still scattered by the time of the liberation. Most guerrilla leaders weren't even aware that MacArthur was coming back until about a month before he set foot on that beach. Resistance fighters under American Major Bernard Anderson occupied a swath of southern Luzon. When the US 6th Army landed on the island, some of Anderson's best men were attached to the 6th, composing what was known as the Anderson Battalion. According to the report, this unit performed efficiently and valiantly throughout central and eastern Luzon and built a battle record of 3,000 Japanese killed and 1,000 captured. Japanese Colonel Kobayashi later paid tribute to Anderson, stating, "We attempted to extirpate the guerrilla movement in Luzon. Unfortunately for us, however, Colonel Anderson was too good a leader and the American guerrillas continued to function." In central Luzon, guerrilla units fought under Major Robert Lapham. Among other things, Lapham and his men helped rescue some 500 Allied prisoners from the infamous Cabanatuan POW camp. As stated in the report, the guerrillas acted as the eyes of the raiding force to guide it through the brush, and as its ears to be on the alert for any surprise flanking movement by the enemy. As for northern Luzon, many guerrillas answered to American Major Russell Volkman, who had built up a force of some 10,000 men by late 1944, as well as an effective intelligence network of his own, though he wasn't able to get through to MacArthur until September 1944. Still, his guerrillas fought valiantly. To quote the report, Colonel Volkman's units fought effectively with the 1st Corps against General Yamashita's beleaguered forces in the high mountains around Kiangan and in the plains of the Cagayan Valley. Supported by planes of the 5th Air Force, these guerrillas were able to clear the enemy entirely from Ilocos Norte province. As many as 260,000 guerrillas from 277 different guerrilla units fought the Japanese during the war. Combined, they played a major role in the Allied liberation of their islands, an operation that came to a close in mid-August 1945. Famously, MacArthur said, "Give me 10,000 Filipinos, and I shall conquer the world."
As many as 277 Filipino guerrilla forces, composed of more than 260,000 freedom fighters in total, contested the Japanese occupation of the Philippines during the Second World War. Some worked with the United States Army Forces in the Far East, or USA FFE, while others worked alone or in some cases even against the Americans. Either way, without their bravery and sacrifice, it's likely Operation Musketeer, in which the Allies returned to the Philippines to end Japanese occupation, would have failed. While we've already discussed Filipino guerrillas in a previous video, one daring assassin managed to evade all of our spotlights. But we've seen her now, and her story is one that needs to be told. In this video, we honor the brave female Filipino guerrilla leader, Nees Fernandez. Before we delve into Nees' story, it's worth establishing the stakes. Just what drove her to set aside her blackboard ruler and take up a knife? On the 8th of December 1941, less than half a day after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, the Japanese began their invasion of the Philippine Islands. Over the next 6 months, the Filipino and American forces defending the Philippines put up a solid fight, sustaining up to 146,000 casualties, but most were ultimately forced to withdraw or surrender. It should come as no surprise to you that the Allied soldiers who fell into Japanese hands were treated horrendously, made to endure the infamous Bataan Death March, just to name one atrocity. But the Japanese did not reserve their cruelty for Allied soldiers alone. In many cases, Filipino civilians had it worse. Putting aside the infamous February 1945 Manila massacre, in which 100,000 to 500,000 Filipinos were brutally murdered by the Japanese, hundreds of thousands of civilians suffered and perished throughout the 3-year Japanese occupation of the Philippines. Many were wounded or killed, sometimes just for offering food or water to marching Allied POWs, while others fell victim to famine, forced labor, and torture. An unfortunate 30-ish Filipino civilians, mostly of Moro Muslims, also fell into the hands of Japanese medical officer Akira Makino, who conducted experiments on them, amputating limbs and dissecting their abdomens. Many women were victims of sexual assault, and more than 1,000 Filipino women were taken as so-called comfort women and held in so-called comfort stations, like Bahay na Pula or the Red House, where they were raped on a daily basis. As per a New York Times editorial from the 6th of March 2007, these were not commercial brothels. Force, explicit and implicit, was used in recruiting these women. What went on inside was serial rape, not prostitution. Knowing that a similar fate might have awaited them if they were captured, this makes the heroic exploits of female Filipino resistance fighters, in particular, all the more inspiring. Despite the risks, some 26,000 female Filipino guerrillas contested the Japanese occupation of the Philippines. But only one woman commanded a guerrilla force of her own. When the Japanese first invaded the Philippines, it's unlikely that Tacloban City-based Filipino schoolteacher Nees Fernandez knew how the war would shape her life. When they started practicing untold cruelty on innocent civilians, however, her path became clear. In Neves' own words, when the Japanese came, no one could keep anything. They took everything they wanted. They had ways of persuading, like giving you scalding hot baths and freezing cold baths alternatively, with never a rest, never any food, and never any drinking water except the soapy water in the baths. But she wasn't going to let the Japanese take anything from her, nor torture her without a fight. Nor was she going to let her students get captured by the enemy, who would scarcely differentiate between young girls and adults in their comfort stations. Miss Fernandez set aside her ruler and went out into the Philippine province of Leyte, where she rallied as many as 110 Filipinos under one common goal: to kill as many Japanese troops as possible, while also freeing as many women from their inhuman assailants as possible. To those brave Filipino guerrillas, she wasn't Miss Nees Fernandez, but Captain Nees Fernandez. Guns, however, don't grow on trees, so Captain Nieves' guerrillas were forced to use improvised weapons, including machete-like bolo knives, paltiks or latongs, or homemade gas pipe guns, primarily shotguns loaded with gunpowder and nails, and homemade grenades. They also made good use of captured Japanese weapons and the few American firearms they otherwise acquired. Fernandez was a born marksman, but her favorite way to dispatch Japanese soldiers was with stealth and sharpened steel. Barefoot in a black dress, she would sneak up on an unsuspecting target and thrust her knife into the soft spot behind their earlobe, opening their carotid artery and internal jugular. She would then drive her blade deeper, piercing their brain, through which she would twist her blade upwards, making them, somehow, involuntarily suck in air. Of course, while you're sucking in air, you're unable to scream. Her victims scarcely made a peep as she spilt their blood on the jungle floor. Nieves taught this technique to all of her guerrillas and even demonstrated a similar technique. At least, it doesn't look to be the exact same technique on US Army Private Lupiba in this epic photo taken on Leyte Island on the 7th of November 1944. After 2.5 years of conducting unconventional warfare behind enemy lines, Fernandez had earned a reputation among both Filipinos and Japanese, so much so that the Japanese placed a 10,000 pesos bounty on her head. Despite this, Fernandez survived the occupation and the war, a single bullet scar on her right forearm to show for it. The Japanese, however, lost more than 200 troops to this school teacher gone rogue and her deadly guerrillas. It's unclear how many rape and would-be rape victims they were able to save, but it was likely many. Much of what we know about Nieves Fernandez comes from a single column published in the Lewiston Daily Sun on the 3rd of November 1944, yet her story is one of the most incredible stories from the Second World War. Her bravery is a testament to the resilience of the Philippines and, to an even greater extent, Filipino women. Other Filipino women fought against the Japanese occupation, albeit not always so directly. Some served in medical roles, tending to wounded guerrillas and escaped Allied POWs, while others established underground intelligence networks and counteracted Japanese propaganda. And back to Nieves Fernandez. Do you know anything about her life which we haven't covered in this video? Perhaps, if you're Filipino, you've heard stories about her exploits which wouldn't turn up in online research. Also, do you know of any other brave female Filipino resistance fighters from the Second World War? The Philippine resistance against Imperial Japan was absolutely one of the most effective resistances of the Second World War. While we've covered this topic in depth in one of our older videos, we merely touched on the guerrilla war waged on the Japanese, and everyone else, by the Philippine Islands Moro people who butchered their enemies with spears and bolo knives. In this video, we hope to do these warriors justice. The Moro people are a Muslim ethno-linguistic group that nowadays accounts for about 5% of the Filipino population. As with every Filipino, they had a terrible time when the Spanish ruled the Philippines from 1565 to 1898, and an equally terrible time when the Americans purchased the Philippines from the Spanish and took over. In one of our more recent videos, we explored the Philippine-American War, which began in 1899 and went through to 1913 and was absolutely packed full of war crimes and atrocities, but we merely gave mention to the Moro Rebellion therein. Having fought the Spanish for centuries, the Moros of the Philippines were sorely used to war and weren't about to hang up their spears. Hoping to nip the Moro resistance in the bud, the United States signed a treaty with the Moro Sultanate of Sulu on the volcanic island of Jolo in August 1899. Known as the Kiram-Bates Treaty, it basically stipulated that, while the US held sovereignty over the Sultanate's territories and would handle its foreign affairs, the Sultanate could maintain its autonomy and customs, but the treaty wasn't built to last. Beyond the Sultanate of Sulu, by Lake Lanao and the island of Mindanao, some 600 Moros clashed twice with as many Americans in the 1902 Battle of Bayang. The Americans mistakenly believed the Kiram-Bates Treaty extended to this area, and the Moros paid the price, with as many as 500 falling to American guns. The battle sparked uprisings and attacks throughout the Moro territories that, in June 1903, the US had grouped under the title of the Moro Province. This included the Sultanate of Sulu, the Sultanate of Maguindanao, the Confederation of the Sultanate of Lanao, where the Battle of Bayang took place, and some other territories in the southern islands of the Philippines. The treaty was canned on the 2nd of March 1904, and the US started pushing its laws and customs on the Moros to a greater degree. While the Moros were outmatched technologically, this didn't stop their berserker warriors, known as the Juramentados, from carrying out suicidal attacks against the Americans. Charging into the fray with kalis, barongs, and other bladed weapons and expecting to be killed, the Juramentado believed dying in these banzai-like attacks was a path to paradise. It often took several, if not dozens of shots to bring them down. Such was supposedly the case with the Moro named Panglima Hassan, who started the Hassan Uprising in October 1903 and later ate over 30 bullets before hitting the deck. The Juramentados were such a thorn in the United States side that the Americans swapped out their .38s for Colt 45 automatics and shotguns so they would have the stopping power to put the blade-wielding Moros down. They also restored some pretty questionable tactics. In the words of General John J. Pershing, who went on to be a major figure in the First World War, these Juramentado attacks were materially reduced in number by a practice the army had already adopted, one that Muhammadans held in abhorrence. The bodies were publicly buried in the same grave with a dead pig. It was not pleasant to have to take such measures, but the prospect of going to hell instead of heaven sometimes deterred the would-be assassins. While there was much more to the Moro rebellion than that, it came to a sudden and bloody end in the Battle of Bud Bagsak in June 1930. Here, General Pershing led some 1,200 troops, including cavalry and mountain artillery units, against some 500 Moros on a mountain in the Sulu Sultanate and killed every single one of them. To quote Pershing again, "The fighting was the fiercest I have ever seen. They are absolutely fearless, and once committed to combat, they count death as a mere incident." But the Moros as a people were not undone, and many of their battle-hardened warriors lived on to see their islands become the Commonwealth of the Philippines in 1935 and the Japanese invade in December 1941. By May the following year, the islands were in Japan's grip, but it was by no means a firm grip, as the Japanese now had some 260,000 Filipino guerrillas to deal with. The Moros were among the people of the Philippines to take up arms against the Japanese, butchering them with swords and bolo knives, just as they had butchered the Americans about 30 years prior. Some Moro leaders didn't even distinguish between the Japanese, the non-Moro Filipinos, and the Americans, such as the Maranao leader Datu Busran Kalau, who famously boasted about his war on 3 fronts. In his book, Midnight on Mindanao, Wartime Remembrances 1945 to 1946, author and World War II veteran Melvin H. Almer wrote, "Sneaking around the jungle underbush, stalking and always looking for an opportunity to stab one of our sentries in the back were the ever-present Moros. They carried those nasty Chris daggers, beautifully engraved with wavy blades and razor sharp." Other Moros worked with the Americans to slay the Japanese. The Moro leader Datu Pino, for instance, exchanged Japanese ears for bullets and cash with the American Colonel Wendell Fertig, who stayed behind to organize guerrilla units after the Japanese seized the Philippines. Alonso, the Sultanate of Romain in the Lanao province, was equally eager to wage war against a common enemy, swearing upon the Quran to American General Douglas MacArthur that his warriors would fight to the last. In Alonso's words, "We have prepared our bladed weapons because we lack firearms, and with sharp kris, barong, kampilan, tabas, and spear, we will attack or defend as ordered." All fighting men of Lanao would like to sign their names, but they are too many. Juramentado attacks against the Japanese were common. The Moros sometimes skewered their own shoulders upon Japanese bayonets so they could pin the Japanese soldiers in place and then hack them apart with their bolos. One Moro group became infamous for its use of bolo knives in the Second World War. This was the so-called Moro Bolo Battalion, which was spearheaded by the Megin Danawan leader Datu Gumbay Piang. All in all, some 20,000 men fought in Kempeitai unit throughout the war. It's unclear if the Juramentaros ever clashed with a Japanese banzai attack, but if you know of any sources that evidence this, we would love to hear about it. In general though, it does seem the Japanese were terrified of the Moros. In DMSM, General Eichelberger's War in the Pacific 1942 to 1945, Eichelberger wrote, "Among other points of interest today was a Japanese prisoner being led along by some Moros, and the prisoner kept making signs for us to shoot him. He evidently thought he was about to be tortured." In the end, it's unclear how many Japanese, Filipinos, and Americans the Moros slew during Japanese occupation, but they certainly helped to make said occupation absolute hell. Following the end of the occupation and the end of the Second World War, relations between the Moros and non-Moro Filipinos did not improve. In 1968, they began an insurgency on the island of Mindanao that is still continuing to this day, meaning since the Spanish occupation, they've been fighting almost non-stop for over 400 years. But those are both stories for another time. It all happened so quickly. It was 2 a.m. on December 8th, 1941, that word reached the American command in the Philippines of a Japanese attack at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. By midday, Japanese planes had struck American bases across the Pacific at Wake Island, at Guam, at Davao, Baguio, and Clark Field in the Philippines. Before the end of the day, there were Japanese boots on the ground at Bataan Island, off the northern coast of the Filipino island of Luzon. The USA had not only been plunged into war, she was losing. For more than 4 decades, the United States had administered the Philippines, first as an overseas territory, then as a commonwealth. The archipelago was integral to American interests in the Pacific and was a major economic and military center in the region. In just a few short hours, the balance of power had shifted, and there was now a real danger that the Philippines would be lost. We tend to view the war in the Pacific as a tour de force of American military might, a series of wins that would set the tone for the USA's emergence as a post-war superpower. We know about the staunch Japanese resistance and the staggering casualties on both sides, but we also know about the victories at Midway, at Guadalcanal, at Peleliu, Okinawa, and other key points on the way to the Japanese home islands. We've seen the rising stars and stripes on Mount Suribachi. We've seen the horrific devastation of the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We've seen the formal surrender of the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay. We know how this story ends. But this is forgetting some very important details. This is forgetting that in those first few desperate hours, days, weeks, and even months, this was not a march to victory. This was a struggle for survival. This was an attempt to secure a fighting chance to avoid being crippled straight out the gate, wiped off the map by an all-conquering Japanese force. It is this set of emotions, desperation, uncertainty, terror, that brings us to Corregidor Island, Manila Bay in May 1942, and to a daring escape that would lay the groundwork for what was to come. A daring escape that just about gave the United States a shred of hope in those bleak opening exchanges of the war in the Pacific. The initial Japanese landings were successful, but this was just the beginning. On December 22nd, the main assault began. B-17s and a handful of submarines could do little to dent the invading fleet, and the troops on the ground lacked the experience and equipment to push back the invaders. By Christmas Eve, the American troops had given up on staunching the flow of Japanese troops across the archipelago. Instead, they were forced into delaying actions, buying the main fighting force enough time to retreat to the south and to Bataan. As the Japanese closed in on Manila, MacArthur, his family, and others left the capital, retreating to their base on the island of Corregidor in Manila Bay. Manila was declared an open city on December 26th, but the Japanese kept on bombing it anyway before finally occupying it. By February of 1942, it was clear that a retreat to Corregidor was not going to be enough. The island was still very much in harm's way, and yet MacArthur was unequivocal. He would stay, he said, and he and his family would share the fate of the garrison. This would not fly with the American high command. Losing MacArthur meant losing one of the only generals who knew how to deal with the Empire of Japan. He could be as bullish and resolute as he wanted to be, but the United States needed him, and so the United States was going to get him out. MacArthur, perhaps, seeing the bigger picture, agreed, and the plans for an audacious rescue began to take shape. Around 7:30 p.m. on March 11th, 1942, MacArthur's family boarded a small patrol torpedo, or PT boat, at Corregidor's North Dock. This was already a veteran craft put through the rigors of active service, and so it could only operate at around half of its normal speed. The additional fuel on board reduced the operating speed still further, and the PT would only be able to achieve around 30 knots or 56 kilometers per hour. In light of the desperate circumstances, this would have to do. As his family climbed aboard, MacArthur turned to Major General George F. Moore, who would stay behind to command the harbour defences. "Keep the flag flying," he said. "I'm coming back." At 7:45 p.m, they were on their way. Conditions were cramped aboard PT-41, the boat tasked with taking MacArthur and his family to safety. On the vessel were the general himself, his wife Jean, and their son Arthur, who had turned 4 years old only 2 weeks before. Lo Chu, a Chinese nanny for Arthur, was also with them. MacArthur viewed Lo as one of the family, someone who had been with them since Arthur's birth in 1938. Alongside the family were Major General Richard K. Sutherland, Captain Herbert J. Ray, Lieutenant Colonel Sidney L. Huff, and Major Charles H. Morehouse. Lieutenant John D. Bulkeley, an experienced seafarer whom MacArthur described as the bold buckaroo with cold green eyes, commanded the vessel. The general trusted Bulkeley completely. By 8 p.m, PT-41 had joined up with the other 3 patrol torpedo craft that would be making this voyage. PT-32, PT-34, and PT-35 carried generals, admirals, and officers, a military elite which, it was hoped, would enable the United States to stay in the fight even after the Philippines fell, and fall it would. The first significant hazard was one of their own making, an American minefield designed to protect Corregidor. They inched through the mines in single file, led by a naval mine-laying craft. Once out into open sea, PT-41 took point in a diamond formation. This wasn't an offensive strategy. Instead, this was to give MacArthur and his family the chance to escape if they were engaged by Japanese vessels. They sailed on into the night, the seas growing progressively heavier with each passing hour on the journey south to Mindanao. For MacArthur and the passengers, this was an arduous passage. The weather deteriorated steadily, the general would recall. Towering waves buffeted our tiny, war-weary, blacked-out vessels. The spray drove against our skin like stinging pellets of birdshot. We would fall into a trough, then climb up the steep water peak, only to slide down the other side. The boat would toss crazily back and forth, seeming to hang free in space as though about to breach, and would then break away and go forward with a rush. I recall describing the experience afterwards as what it must be like to take a trip in a concrete mixer. The 4 boats battled to stay together in the grim conditions, but as the night wore on, they lost contact. Bulkeley, well aware of the danger of pressing on alone, tried in vain to find the other 3 boats. After hours of scrabbling in the darkness, he decided to pilot PT-41 to safety at the rendezvous point. Moving alone would be dangerous, but getting caught out here in daylight would be far, far worse. PT-34 was already there. Lieutenant Robert Kelly's PT had arrived at the cover on Taguan around 9:30 am on March 12th, 2 hours after the scheduled arrival. Back out on the ocean, PT-32 was struggling. Lieutenant Vince Schumacher struggled to keep up with the formation, but the PT's engines were in a worse state than those of the other craft, and the 32 fell behind. As dawn rose on March 12th, Schumacher's heart sank as he saw the shape of a boat bearing down on them. Fearing an imminent attack from a Japanese destroyer, the lieutenant ordered that the fuel drums be thrown overboard and set the machine gunners and torpedo crews to battle stations. But it was not a destroyer. It was PT-41 carrying an irate Lieutenant Bulkeley. After a failed attempt to salvage the fuel, the two vessels pushed on, slipping into a nearby cove later in the morning. By afternoon, PT-41 and PT-32 made it to Taguan. After linking up with PT-34, the lieutenants debated their next move. The submarine USS Permit was supposed to join them for the next leg of the journey, but the weather was worsening and delaying any longer could be suicide. There was also no guarantee that the Permit would reach them at all. They may end up waiting around for nothing. There were two other problems also. After jettisoning its extra fuel, the PT-32 could no longer make it to Mindanao. What's more, the fourth boat, the PT-35, was nowhere to be seen. Reluctantly, Bulkeley and Kelly decided to go for it, splitting the extra passengers from the PT-32 between their PT-41 and PT-34 vessels. Schumacher and the crew of the PT-32 would stay behind and relay the plan to the Permit. They set off at 6 PM on March 13th. Unknown to Bulkeley and Kelly, ensign Anthony Ackers was close behind in his PT-35. After meeting with Schumacher and his men at Taguan, Ackers set off too, following the route his comrades had taken. Only an hour after they left Taguan, those aboard the PT-34 and PT-41 encountered a gut-wrenching sight out on the waves ahead of them. A Japanese cruiser, plainly visible even in the fading light of the evening. This time, it was no false alarm. They took evasive action, surging westwards in the hopes that the glare of the setting sun would keep them hidden. It worked. The boats, their crew, and their precious cargoes of passengers slipped away into the night. Bulkeley was quoted later as saying, "I think it was the Whitecaps that saved us. The Japs didn't notice our wake even though we were foaming at full throttle." Now under the cover of darkness, the boats pressed on for Mindanao. The weather was worsening and by midnight, conditions were nothing short of terrible. Lieutenant Kelly had this to say about the crossing. Big foaming waves 15 or 20 feet high thundering over the cockpit, drenching everybody. Our binoculars were full of water and our eyes so continuously drenched with stinging salt that we couldn't see, in addition to which it was pitch black. But the boats were at least making progress. As the hours slipped by, they began to see the hulking outlines of the islands on the far horizon. Negros first, and then further south, Mindanao. They were almost there. When dawn broke on the 14th, the boats were way behind schedule. The sun was high in the sky by the time they reached the north coast of Mindanao, and there was a real danger of being spotted by an enemy plane. Luck, however, was on the American side, and they made it ashore and then onwards to Del Monte Airfield. MacArthur, his family, and the other passengers had escaped Corregidor, but they were still in the Philippines and the situation remained dire. If they remained on the archipelago, the whole mission would be for nothing. Now there was a new problem, a lack of long-range aircraft. 4 Boeing B-17 Flying Fortresses were dispatched from Australia, but these were old planes, scarred and battered by active service. 2 were forced to turn back after their engines threatened to give out, while a third accidentally jettisoned its reserve fuel. This third Flying Fortress was forced to ditch in the sea just shy of Del Monte, killing 2 of its crew in the process. Only 1 plane actually made it to Mindanao, but this faulty aircraft was sent back to Australia before MacArthur even arrived. While the evacuees awaited the transport for the next leg of the journey, something disconcerting happened. A Filipino woman approached Del Monte by foot, having walked 40 kilometers from her home in the hopes of receiving some news about her son, fighting in Luzon. MacArthur and his party could not help the woman as they had no news to give her. But the fact that she knew the general was there at Del Monte meant others knew too. With Japanese forces now in Davao, only 48 kilometers to the south, this meant danger. If the escape was to be a success, they'd have to act fast. Eventually, Vice Admiral Herbert Leary, possibly under pressure from higher-ups in Washington, agreed to lend the Army 3 of his new B-17s. One of these aircraft was forced back to remain in Australia due to an oil leak, but 2 did make it, and on March 17th, MacArthur and the other evacuees were ready to go. Abandoning some of the belongings, remember there were only 2 planes available, not the scheduled 3, the passengers scrambled aboard the B-17s. MacArthur rode shotgun in the empty navigator's seat, while most of the passengers shivered in the darkness in the belly of the planes. They flew from 1:30 AM through the night, but as they closed in on Darwin, Northern Territory, they received bad news. Japanese planes were raiding the northern city, and landing would be impossible. They flew on for around another 70 kilometers, reaching Batchelor Airfield at 9:30. The evacuees had made it. They were safe, or relatively safe at least. Gene MacArthur had had enough. The arduous boat journey, followed by a terrifying night spent in the bows of a B-17, had all but broken her. She would not fly any further. The general requested a road convoy to take them to the nearest train station so they could continue their journey overland. But the nearest train station in the Northern Territory in the early 1940s meant a journey of 1,300 kilometers along a rough desert track to Alice Springs. What's more, 4-year-old Arthur was badly sick after his ordeal and was hooked up to an intravenous drip. Major Morehouse, a doctor, told the MacArthurs that their son might not survive the journey. Finally, with reports of Japanese raiding squadrons heading for Batchelor, Douglas and Gene MacArthur agreed to board a plane once again, but only as far as the end of the rail line at Alice Springs. As the two DC-3s climbed into the desert sky, an air raid siren rang out. Once again, the MacArthurs had escaped in the nick of time. On March 18th, the evacuees boarded a train at Alice Springs and began the slow journey south. Traveling no more than 35 kilometers per hour and held up by supply trains running vital provisions to the troops in the north along the single narrow gauge line, it took 2 days to reach Tarawi, South Australia. Here, as the evacuees were transferred to a better equipped line, General Douglas MacArthur doubled down on what he had said to Major General Moore 9 days before. "I came through," the general told the assembled reporters at Tarawi Station, "and I shall return." Photographs from Tarawi show the general looking a little tired after his ordeal, while Gene and Arthur appeared in good spirits, although newspaper reports suggested that all three appeared none the worse for their trip. From Tarawi, the MacArthurs and the other evacuees continued by train to Adelaide and then to Melbourne, arriving at their journey's end at 9 AM on March 21st, 10 days after the remarkable escape began. It was May 6 when those that remained on Corregidor received the order "Execute Pontiac," the coded message that meant it was all over and time to surrender. MacArthur made his escape on March 11th. Based on this alone, it might seem like MacArthur's flight was not as urgent as it made out to be, but is this really the case? How close did MacArthur really come to capture, or even worse? There are a few things we need to think about here. First, while Corregidor did not fall until almost 2 months after MacArthur had gone, the fall of Bataan on April 9th put the island right in the firing line. Japanese planes dropped 1,701 bombs on American positions in over 614 missions, while artillery pieces kept up incessant pressure on the island. By the time the Japanese landed on May 5th, the American defenses had been shattered, with hundreds killed in the final onslaught alone. While a final evacuation did take place on May 4th, there's a good chance that MacArthur and his family may have been killed by aerial ordnance and shelling before that. From a military point of view, MacArthur's extraction did come at the right time. Even after leaving Corregidor, MacArthur's escape was far from certain. PT-32 came very close to firing upon MacArthur's vessel on the morning of March 12th, and the boats could easily have been intercepted by the Japanese cruiser they encountered 2 days later. Had they opted to remain at Taguan, the likelihood is that they would have received the support they desperately needed. The permit did eventually turn up, rescuing the crew of the stricken PT-32, but there's no guarantee that this delay would not have led to disaster on the high seas in the worsening weather. The late arrival at Del Monte could have been catastrophic, as the PTs were dangerously exposed in the gathering daylight. The extended wait on Mindanao was similarly dangerous. The encounter with the distraught Filipino woman showed that the mission had been compromised, and the fact that the Japanese were already within striking distance at nearby Davao made this all the more perilous. Even after arriving in Australia, the air raids at Darwin and Batchelor could have seen the mission fail at the final hurdle. All things considered, General Douglas MacArthur's escape from the Philippines is an astonishing one and could have ended very differently. The fall of the Philippines was a disaster for the Americans and for the Filipinos. As well as a sickening loss of life, 18 American generals, including Major General George F. Moore, were taken prisoner. 2 Americans serving as generals in the armed forces of the Philippines were also captured. One of these, Brigadier General Guy Fort, was executed after leading a resistance campaign in Mindanao. 4 Filipino generals were also captured. Losing MacArthur, either due to his capture or to his death, would have been a major dent in the already reeling American morale. It would have provided the Japanese with the cherry on an already considerable cake, taking the Philippines and taking a leading American commander along with it. This would have been a huge deal for an increasingly confident Japanese force. But there was more at stake than just propaganda. By extracting MacArthur, the Americans had made sure they had a brilliant general who could execute the next phases of their war effort. Less than a month after his escape, MacArthur was appointed as Supreme Commander of Allied forces in the Southwest Pacific area, and the following year he helped to lead Allied forces to victory in the Papua campaign. After successes in the New Guinea campaign, MacArthur turned his attention back toward the Philippines in November 1943. On October 20th, 1944, he watched his troops land on the island of Leyte in the Philippine archipelago. Wading ashore with the Filipino president, Sergio Osmeña, MacArthur wasted no time in making his intentions clear. "People of the Philippines," he said as part of a prepared statement, "I have returned." The promise made 2.5 years earlier was fulfilled. A bloody campaign still awaited MacArthur's troops, but the Philippines would be delivered from Japanese occupation and the nation would achieve full independence in July 1946. Without taking anything away from the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, it sort of overshadowed a battle which took place the following day, the 1941 Battle of Guam. While far fewer people lost their lives in the Battle of Guam, it was still a disaster for the United States, and it also set the stage for one of the best evasion stories of the Pacific War, if not all of World War II. In this video, we delve into the story of George Ray Tweed. To set the scene, the United States took Guam, the southernmost Mariana Island, from the Spanish in 1898. Probably, the indigenous Guamanians, the Chamorro, were somewhat used to outsiders messing with their little island at this point. By the time the Second World War kicked off, some 40 years later, the US military housed some naval and marine units on Guam. But overall, the island wasn't all that high up on their list of things to defend. With that said, by December 1941, US Navy Captain George McMillan, who was basically in charge of everything, had some US Navy, US Marine Corps, and local militia units at his disposal amounting to around 550 men, 1 minesweeper, and 2 patrol boats. Unfortunately, McMillan's force never really stood a chance against Imperial Japan, which bore down on poor Guam with nearly 6,000 troops and a small naval fleet, supported by an unknown number of Zeros. McMillan's minesweeper quickly fell prey to Japanese air attacks on the morning of December 8, 1941. The Japanese then proceeded to pummel Guam from the sky and sea, softening the island for troop landings, which took place on the 10th. Long story short, the island was in Japanese hands by the end of the day, with 406 of McMillan's men captured and a further 61 wounded or killed. While it's unclear what happened to some of the other military personnel who somehow avoided becoming casualty stats, at least 6 US Navy personnel managed to evade capture and or death, at least for some time. As you might have guessed, our buddy George Ray Tweed was among them. George Ray Tweed was born in Oregon in 1902 and enlisted in the US Navy when he was 20 years old. But what really floated his boat were radio waves, so he went to radioman school and got damn good at it. In 1940, at the rank of radioman first class, he rocked up on Guam with his fam, working in the Navy communication office. A few months before the Japanese hit the island, Tweed's family bailed. When the enemy started shooting people and taking prisoners, Tweed said, "Stuff that," and fled into the jungle with his mate, Al Tyson. Over the next 2 years and 7 months, Tweed made things incredibly difficult for the Japanese, but also, it could be argued, for the Chamorro. You see, Tweed could never have survived without help, and the Japanese knew it. After chilling in the jungle for a bit, waiting for the gunfire to die down, Tweed and Tyson ran to a farm where they found another 4 fellow Americans in hiding. Sticking to the jungle near the farm, the 6 of them hid out for a few days, in which time the local farmers brought them water, food, and other supplies. Soon, other Chamorro learned about Tweed and his posse, and that knowledge eventually fell into Japanese hands. Unwilling to simply let the men live out their days in the Guam jungle, the Japanese employed hundreds of locals to search for the fugitives. When the search parties turned up nothing, the Japanese did what World War II era Japanese soldiers did best, and tortured the poor Chamorro for information on the Americans' whereabouts. With the enemy hot on their heels, the posse split up, with the OG duo of Tweed and Tyson, or TNT, sticking together. It was around then that the Japanese captured one of the farmers who had aided the Americans and, you guessed it, tortured him. At this point, TNT thought about turning themselves in, but were advised that doing so would be to forfeit their own lives. With this news, TNT bro-fisted, then went their separate ways. On his own now, much to the misfortune of Tyson and the other 4 fugitives, Tweed fled to a ranch and hid there for several days. During this time, one of the locals decided that Tweed didn't need water or food so much as a gat, equipping him with a pistol. But while Tweed may have completed his basic training, he knew of a weapon much mightier than the sword, the pen, which was, in this case, a typewriter. After leaving the ranch to set up a crib in a nearby cave, the Chamorros brought him a generator, a radio, and again, a typewriter. Being an expert radio man, Tweed figured out how to turn on the radio and set it to receive news broadcasts from the US mainland and even military broadcasts sent out by the United States Army forces in the Far East in the Philippines. But he didn't just sit there listening to fat beats and war talk. Using the typewriter, he started his own underground newspaper, which he deemed the Guam Eagle. The paper became a favorite among the Chamorros, who didn't really have a better source of news. When Tweed no longer felt that his cave was safe, he fled, but continued to receive support from the Chamorros for several months, despite the fact that the Japanese had placed a 1,000 yen bounty on his head, and despite the fact that it was the Chamorros facing his pursuers' wrath, and not him. If the Japanese suspected any Chamorro of assisting Tweed, they would torture and potentially execute them. Understandably, some Chamorros weren't all that into this, but many were willing to pay the price of Tweed's freedom. One of such men was the Catholic priest Father Jesus Baza Dueñas, who the Japanese beat, tortured, and then beheaded, having suspected him of assisting Tweed. Through all of it, the priest didn't utter a word. To the Chamorros loyal to Tweed, he was a symbol of hope. Hope that the Americans would come back and liberate their island from its brutal occupiers. In a way, it was how they could contribute to the Allied victory. At some point during this time, Tweed received some terrible news. 3 of the Americans from his former posse had been captured and, like the priest, beheaded. Tweed let out his breath when he heard that Tyson was not among the dead. But that bad news was just around the bend, with Tweed finding out about Tyson's death soon after, along with the last remaining posse member. Out of the 6 men who had started out on that farm more than a year ago, Tweed was the only one left. Fortunately, he caught a break soon after when he was taken in by a wealthy Spanish landowner with whom he lived until July 1944. Tweed's story, however, isn't over. Just as the Chamorros hoped, the Americans came back to Guam and took their revenge upon the Japanese, crushing them in the 1944 Battle of Guam and liberating the island. And Tweed played an important role in this too, conveying information to US forces in the lead up to their invasion of the island with a pair of signal flags and a mirror. He was then rescued from a beach and went on to tell his fellow Americans everything he knew. For his bravery, Tweed was awarded the Legion of Merit. The citation read, "Courageous and resourceful under relentless stalking by the Japanese, radio electrician Tweed succeeded in escaping capture and with the aid of friendly and loyal natives, managed to not only subsist during this prolonged, grueling period, but to obtain much valuable information concerning the Japanese occupation of the island, thereby making a vital contribution to the recapture of this strategic American possession. What was the most costly American attack on Japan? The bombing campaign? No. What about submarine warfare? Not that either. It was an aerial mining operation that some believed could have won the war in the Pacific on its own. The campaign was the brainchild of Admiral Chester Nimitz and was codenamed Operation Starvation. The plan was relatively simple. Roughly 160 B-29 superfortresses assigned from the 313th Bombardment Wing were modified to allow them to deploy mines. At night, they flew low over the water along sea lanes Japanese freighters frequented. Radar was used to position the drops with precision, and the mines floated silently through the sky via parachute. The bombers flew these missions alone to avoid attracting unwanted attention. This tactic contrasted heavily with the safety in numbers philosophy of massive bombing raids, but it worked. A network of drifting sea mines built up in all Japanese shipping lanes, and freighters started going down. And Japan relied on imports for nearly all of its raw materials and food supplies. Without freighters coming in, the country would starve, hence the operation's name. It worked beyond Nimitz's wildest predictions. In 6 months, 670 ships were sunk by mines, equaling a loss of 1.25 million tons of cargo. The mines were more efficient than both submarines and aircraft combined, and only a tiny fraction of the cost. After the war, the United States Strategic Bombing Survey and several Japanese admirals concurred that, had Operation Starvation begun earlier, before April 1945, it would almost certainly have crippled Japan. Without strategic bombing, submarines, or nuclear weapons, the US could have starved Imperial Japan into submission with sea mines alone. There are few battle plans more audacious than a direct attack on an enemy commander, but that's exactly what US forces did on April 18, 1943. They called it Operation Vengeance, and its goal was the death of Imperial Japanese Admiral Yamamoto. Yamamoto had been the architect of the Pearl Harbor attack, and the Yanks were out for blood. They decoded a secret transmission from his staff on April 14th, explaining that the Admiral would be touring Japanese bases around New Guinea and the Solomon Islands. Translated by Nisei, the transmissions also detailed Yamamoto's full itinerary, as well as the exact aircraft he and his staff would be carried in. The plan was to fly in a 600-mile semicircle from Guadalcanal to Bougainville, shoot down Yamamoto, and then fly 400 miles home. The only plane capable of making the long journey was the P-38 Lightning, so a unit of 18 Lightnings was put together at short notice. Ace pilot, Major John W. Mitchell, was chosen to lead the mission. They took off at 7:25 AM on the 18th of April and made their way to the interception point in 2 groups. The 4-plane kill team would go straight for Yamamoto, while the other 16 aircraft provided top cover. When Japanese planes appeared on the horizon, Mitchell gave the order to drop tanks and close in, but one aircraft's tanks failed to detach. The pilot broke off, leaving 3 in the kill team. Japanese escort fighters caught sight of them and came screaming in to protect the Admiral's plane. Captain Lanphier gunned toward the fighters, buying time for his wingman, Lieutenant Baba, to engage the transports. Yamamoto's plane dived away, but the speedy P-38 caught up with it. Baba filled the right-hand side of the aircraft full of hot lead before pulling away to engage the second transport plane. A messy dogfight ensued, costing one P-38 pilot his life before the American planes disengaged due to a lack of fuel. When he landed back at Henderson Field, Lanphier mocked Yamamoto's famous warning by shouting, "That son of a bitch will not be dictating any peace terms in the White House." A day later, Yamamoto's body was found by a Japanese rescue party in the jungle below. The late admiral was still grasping his sword, even though a 50 cal round had gone straight through his head. The United States had its vengeance for Pearl Harbor, courtesy of Lieutenant Rex T. Barber. Why did the Japanese surrender in World War II? If your answer is because they were nuked twice, you may have only ever heard America's side of the story. But the Americans were the ones who dropped the bombs, not the ones who dealt with the repercussions. So even though the nuclear attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were unprecedented, they were not the sole reason Japan ultimately surrendered. In this video, we're going to talk about what happened after the bombs were dropped and what ultimately led to the end of the war in the Pacific. In the summer of 1945, the war between Imperial Japan and the Allies raged on long after Germany's defeat, and both sides were exhausted. On 26 July 1945, the United States, Great Britain, and China signed the Potsdam Declaration, calling for Japan's unconditional surrender. Refusal would bring prompt and utter destruction. Publicly, Japan was trying to preserve its reputation of fighting until the bitter end. But behind the scenes, the Japanese knew they were screwed, so they met in secret with the Soviets, who were publicly neutral in the Pacific theater. Japan tried to negotiate a more favorable deal before giving up the fight. What the Japanese didn't know was that the Soviets were two-timing them. They had no intention of giving Japan anything. In fact, they wanted to take from Japan. The Soviets planned to attack Japanese forces in Korea and Manchuria to gain unfettered access to the Pacific Ocean. This would have been horrible for Japan, which relied heavily on oil and other raw materials imported from Manchuria. There was no way Japan could have handled a Soviet invasion, and the Soviets knew it. They also knew that the Allies wouldn't accept separate or conditional peace treaties with Japan. So they strung Japan along and gave the Japanese false hope of reaching a favorable surrender that the Allies would accept. They did this to prolong the war as long as they could, weakening Japan just that much more. But America wanted to end the war, and when Japan gave no comment to the Potsdam Declaration, America went nuclear. The Yanks bombed Hiroshima at 8:15 in the morning local time on 6 August 1945. Completely leveling the city. They brought Nagasaki to its knees 3 days later on August 9th. Now, despite what you may think, the damage the nukes caused wasn't the worst Japan sustained during the war. The Americans had been conducting air raids for years, obliterating 66 Japanese cities. In fact, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were selected as targets because they were two on a very short list of places the Americans hadn't attacked already. Scientists in the United States wanted to test the bombs on untouched cities. In reality, some Allied air raids caused far much more damage than either atomic bomb. In Hiroshima, by the end of the year, 140,000 people had died because of the bombs. Conversely, the US killed 100,000 people in a single night during an air raid in Tokyo. If you were to rank US air raids against Japan in terms of area destroyed in a single attack, Hiroshima actually falls 6th. If we're ranking the attacks in terms of percentage of the city destroyed, it ranks 17th. Regarding the impact of the atomic bombs, the director of Asian Studies at Tokyo's Temple University, Jeffrey Kingston, said, "If you look at it from the perspective of the Japanese military, it doesn't really make a big difference whether people are dying from firebombing or atomic bombs. It is just 2 additional city centers that are destroyed." The bombing of Nagasaki wasn't even the Japanese leaders' primary concern that day. It was the Soviet declaration of war and invasion of Manchuria. This, more than anything, marked the end for the Japanese. In the afternoon of August 9th, following the Soviet declaration of war and American nuclear attack, the 6-man Japanese cabinet met to discuss the possibility of unconditional surrender. In the end, the vote was split 3-3. The cabinet was afraid and confused. Those for surrendering argued that the destruction of the Japanese armed forces and Japanese people was inevitable. The US had bombs capable of wiping out entire cities, but that wasn't the only factor to consider. Fighting the Americans alone was something the Japanese still felt they could manage, even after the bombs. What tipped the scale was the Soviets. Japan simply didn't have the capacity to defend itself from 2 major powers at once, especially because the Soviet invasion of Manchuria had severed Japan's access to the resources it would require to stay in the fight. The cabinet members against surrender didn't have much of an argument. They didn't want to surrender because, well, that's just not what the Japanese did. In the end, Emperor Hirohito made the deciding votes, choosing to surrender. Though he cited the bombing as the deciding factor in his public address, he said this to the Japanese military: "The Soviet Union has entered the war against us, and to continue the war would endanger the very foundation of the empire's existence." When Japan sent its notice of surrender to the Allies, it was not quite as unconditional as the Allies had wanted. The Japanese wanted to keep their system of government, emperor and all. Just after midnight on August 12th, a dispatch from a San Francisco radio station relayed information from the Allies to Japan. It said they planned to install a military occupation in Japan similar to the one in Germany. While those working at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs interpreted this as the Allies simply restricting Japan's sovereignty, the members of the staff office in the Ministry of War deemed it enslavement. These officers saw only one way out, a good old-fashioned coup d'etat. They went to War Minister Korechika Anami to ask him if he would help them put a stop to the Potsdam Declaration. General Anami, considered the most powerful person in Japan after the emperor, didn't give these officers a straight answer. The officers knew their coup wouldn't get very far without General Anami, but they were prepared to take action with or without him. The leader of the coup, Major Kenji Hatanaka, spent the next couple of days planning and gathering allies. On the night of August 13th, an imperial conference was held to officiate the surrender. Hatanaka and his supporters tried to convince the leaders present at the conference to join their coup and stop the surrender, but they were told that it was the emperor's will and what's done is done. So Hatanaka set his coup in motion. The goal was simple: occupy the imperial palace. The palace was aware of an incoming coup, so it doubled its defense force of imperial guards. What the palace didn't know was that Hatanaka had already won over the leader of the 2nd Imperial Guard. At about 1 in the morning on the 15th of August, Hatanaka and his men surrounded the palace, then stormed in and tried to convince the commander of the 1st Imperial Guard, Lieutenant General Takeshi Mori, to join them. Without Mori's support, the rebellion had no hope. Mori refused. In response, Hatanaka killed him. His rebels also killed Mori's brother-in-law, Michinori Shiraishi, who was in a meeting with Mori at the time. With Mori out of the way, Hatanaka used Mori's official stamp to send a fake order to the 1st Imperial Guard requesting their aid in protecting the emperor. In reality, Hatanaka wanted to place the emperor under house arrest for betraying the nation. Hatanaka and his men blocked all of the palace's exits and detained 18 people over the course of the night. They spent hours searching for the pre-recorded surrender speech to no avail. While Hatanaka was fruitlessly searching for the recordings, another group of rebels left to find Prime Minister Suzuki and assassinate him. Luckily for Suzuki, his chief secretary had warned him about the incoming rebels, and he escaped just minutes before they arrived to take his life. With no one to murder, the rebels set fire to the Prime Minister's house and also the chief secretary's. Less than 2 hours in, the coup was already falling apart. Hatanaka was informed that the Eastern District Army was on its way to stop him. He and his men didn't have the firepower to match the army, so in a last-ditch effort to rally support, he requested 10 minutes on national radio to explain himself. He actually went to the radio station, but they told him to get lost. At dawn, the Eastern District Army arrived and took the palace, completely dismantling the coup. Hatanaka rode through the streets of Tokyo, throwing out leaflets to explain their actions. Just before the emperor's surrender speech was broadcast at 11 AM on August 15, Hatanaka put a gun to his head and pulled the trigger. On his body was a handwritten note which read, "I have nothing to regret now that the dark clouds have disappeared from the reign of the emperor." Every nation has skeletons in its closet, and it should come as no surprise that the United States has a great many. One World War II era skeleton, despite partial disclosure, remains a fiery topic of discussion, and with good reason. We're referring to how the United States harbored and otherwise assisted Nazi and Nazi collaborationist scientists, engineers, and other specialists in America during and after the Second World War. While some might say that the ends justify the means, this is far from unanimous, and many groups and individuals, both affiliated and unaffiliated with the US government, have raised the morality alarm and investigated the issue over the years. In this video, we're going to speak a little on how this skeleton came to light and just why the US harbored Nazis and Nazi collaborators, focusing on Operation Paperclip and a few other operations in which this occurred. While suspicions existed in the 30-odd years prior, the US Immigration and Naturalization Service, or INS, conducted investigations on illegal Nazi and Nazi collaborationist immigrants in the mid-1970s. US Congress, however, was dissatisfied with the INS's progress and in turn assigned the General Accounting Office, or GAO, to the case in 1977. Part of the GAO's responsibility was to see that if the INS itself was withholding information. Additionally, a unit within the INS was tasked with investigating internal INS affairs. This unit would form the foundation for the Office of Special Investigations, which we'll soon discuss. All in all, the GAO conducted 2 major investigations, and in its first report, released in 1978, it exposed both the CIA and FBI as agencies compliant with the Nazis and their friends. US Congress, however, found this report lacking due to the CIA's restricting access to its records. The INS's internal investigations were also insufficient. Frustrated, Congress called for the formation of the Office of Special Investigations, or OSI, in 1979. From then on, investigations were handled by both the GAO and the OSI. The CIA became far more compliant at this point. The GAO and OSI had some success, but the whole thing blew up in 1982 when a former OSI attorney went on 60 Minutes and exposed the CIA, FBI, State Department, and US armies dealing with the Nazis. There was a media storm, and the GAO and OSI took things up a notch. For its second report, released in 1985, the GAO investigated 114 suspects. The OSI, however, seemed to take on a heavier load, as it had conducted almost 1,500 investigations on immigrants who violated US immigration laws by covering up their wartime deeds, stripped 52 of them of their US citizenships, removed a further 44 from the country, and placed 60,000 individuals on their watch list. It's also worth noting that of those 60,000, only 100 were Japanese. Of course, government investigations weren't the only ones. Author Annie Jacobson's Operation Paperclip, the secret intelligence program that brought Nazi scientists to America, remains a prominent source on this issue, as does Christopher Simpson's Blowback, America's recruitment of Nazis and its effect on the Cold War. And these are but 2 of many works. And by its very nature, this is a complex topic, only exacerbated by government secrecy. What we need to take away from it is that the GAO and OSI's investigations were 100% conclusive. The US government did indeed harbour Nazis and Nazi collaborators. What remains inconclusive is the extent to which this occurred and the extent to which each agency was involved. For now, let's look into Operation Paperclip and a few other operations. You can't research this topic without stumbling into Operation Paperclip. On the 20th of July 1945, the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the DoD established a secret recruitment program called Operation Overcast, overseen by the Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency, or GIOA. The operation's primary objective was to shorten the war with Japan and aid post-war military research by bolstering America's intellect with Nazi brains. Under the GIOA, agents of the Office of Strategic Services and the US Army Counterintelligence Corps ventured into war-torn Germany in search of Nazi scientists, engineers, and other specialists. If they deemed them worthy, they would transport them to the United States. A few months after the end of the war, Operation Overcast was renamed Paperclip, and with Japan defeated, the objective of the operation became solely to aid America in the Cold War arms race and race to the moon. In both of these ventures, Nazi rocket specialists came in handy, and some of them went on to receive the highest rewards possible from NASA, the US Department of Defense, and other top-tier organizations. Werner von Braun is the most famous example of a paperclip immigrant. Before GIOA flew him to America, he was not only a Nazi but an SS officer. Despite being SS, Braun only confessed to witnessing the slave labor used to fuel the munitions factory he ran back in Germany. Whatever his actual crimes were, however, they evidently paled before what he could bring to the US Cold War era table. Among other things, he went on to spearhead the construction of the Saturn V launch vehicle, the rocket which propelled America to the moon. Though Braun wasn't alone. Over 1,600 specialists were brought to America under Operation Paperclip from 1945 to 1990, and up to 120 worked directly with Braun in missile development at Redstone Arsenal, Alabama. Arthur Rudolph, a Nazi rocket engineer, was among the latter, and he also headed the development of the MGM-31A Pershing missile for the Americans. Following an OSI investigation in 1983, it was found that Rudolph exploited slave labor during the war. He was given the option to renounce his US citizenship and leave the country without being prosecuted, which he took. Read that how you will. Despite how bad the premise of Operation Paperclip might seem, no specialists brought to the states under it were ever found guilty of war crimes. But again, read this how you will. Of course, Operation Paperclip was just one operation in which the US assisted Nazi and Nazi collaborators. Operation Bloodstone is an example of a similar operation carried out directly by the CIA. In this op, the agency tracked down the Nazis and Nazi collaborators in areas controlled by the USSR from June 1948 onwards. They then had these individuals work undercover in the Soviet Union, Canada, Latin America, and in the US. Some of these people were ex-Nazi intelligence agents. The US Army Air Force conducted similar operations, but nowhere near on the same scale as Paperclip and nowhere near as questionable. In Operation Lusty, the Army Air Force sent teams into Europe and collected enemy aircraft technology and data in kind. After the war with Germany ended, captured Luftwaffe pilots, such as Hauptmann Heinz Brau and Karl Bau, were given the choice to either go to prison or test fly captured and experimental aircraft for the Yanks. Earlier, we mentioned that of 60,000 on the OSI's watch list, only 100 were Japanese. This is because no Japanese scientists were harbored in the US after the war, and also because they did not comply with the OSI investigations. This does not, however, excuse the US from setting aside morality to exploit Japanese scientists. We've covered this in an old video of ours, but in short, the US went to great efforts to cover up the war crimes of Japanese scientists who engaged in human experimentation in the war, and also to ensure these scientists were never brought to justice. Among them were members of the infamous Unit 731 and Unit 100, and the things they did need not be repeated here. What we should take away is that the US did this to advance its own biological weapons program, trading Japanese human experimentation data for absolution. The US also assisted in Paperclip-esque operations under the Alsos mission alongside other nations such as the UK, the Netherlands, and Norway. This leads us to our next point. It wasn't only the Americans who were doing this. The Soviets and British undertook their fair share of Paperclip-esque operations too, and the former did so in direct competition with the US. In Operation Osoaviakim, for instance, the Soviets held over 2,200 German specialists at gunpoint in the Soviet occupation zone in Germany, forcing them to go to the USSR and attribute to the arms and moon race. With respect to the Japanese war criminals, the Soviets took things a step further, taking some 30 members of Unit 731 and forcing them to work on a bacteriological research project near Moscow. As per a report made by the US 441st Counterintelligence Corps, a unit assigned to Japan after the war. As for the Brits, one of their operations was codenamed Surgeon. The goal of this operation was to remove some 1,500 German specialists from Germany to prevent them from falling into Soviet hands. Operation Surgeon was made public in 2006, and at least 100 specialists captured in it went on to work for the UK. So, we know for a fact that America and other nations harbored and otherwise assisted Nazi and Nazi collaborators during and after the war, but what really matters is the morality of it. Do you think the ends justify the means?